Welcome to session number 44 of Tears of the Kingdom. We are, with statistics unchanged, sitting at 99 shrines, 312 Koroks, just as we were at the beginning of the previous session, which we spent entirely down here in the depths, continuing to unlock treasures, light roots, Yikukan clan schematics, all that sort of thing. So, we are beginning today's stream with the balloon, with this giant bright bloom seed that we've taken with us so far through much of our recent adventures. Right next to Corvash Canyon Mine, where we just looted one of the pieces of legacy amiibo gear. And so we'll continue to hit as many light routes as we can in this region today, I think, until we find ourselves too resource constrained to continue. At some point we'll probably want to find a nearby exit point as well. Currently, the main resource constraint we're looking at is likely food, since we are out of anti-gloom food and running low on healing items for hearts as well. We are also pretty low on bows currently. Arrows are fine. Bows are not. We actually completely over-prepared when it came to arrows. So, possibly we'll need to do a couple of more fights at close range and even a score a bit. And loot a couple more bows just to rebalance things in our inventory. Anyway, let's continue spelunking. A couple of natural places to go. There are treasures out here. We can also loop around down here. Eventually, what I do want to do is make it towards the Lost Woods, but that might be a little ways off still, so we'll just see what's reasonable from our current range. Probably I want to circle around here, just so we can fill this in and see what the situation is with Rito Village, because it seems like in the overworld it is kind of its own isolated island pod. And likewise, we know in the past that there have been chasms connected to islands, like with Tingle Island over here, and with Eventide Island down here, that are likely to be completely isolated. So I suspect that it was also the case with the Rito village here, that perhaps there was some kind of isolated depths descent that we had overlooked previously, perhaps even from climbing all the way up top. But currently, we're not sure, so we'll continue to look around. Let's orient ourselves here, probably face south. Yeah, with the balloon, this is not great for elevation gain, but it is good for soft landings, so I might actually want to explore the mines just a little bit more. We'll take the craft with us for the time being, just to keep it ready and not have it fall out of spawning range. Good amount of large zone out here as well, so we'll mine what we can without hitting this bomb that's rather perilously located just off to the side. And we'll just take the craft with us wherever we can go. We had previously ended the stream on the treasure chest that we see right over there, but perhaps some additional mining down here certainly wouldn't hurt. And we'll just keep this relatively close by, to the extent that we can. This looks like a bomb location for sure, which means we should probably get this out of the way just to be absolutely secure. Yeah, this will want to mine a zonite, since we don't want to use the bow or Riju right now, so rather we'll want to mine it with the bombs, although we're getting a little low on bombs too after a couple of Frox fights, so at a certain point we'll have to go back to our melee weapons. the meantime, though, not a bad trade altogether. Especially with the abundance of bomb flowers down in the depths, so long as we remember to actually loot them. Yeah, down here, we'll just continue with rock hammers. Until such time as we need to switch to other weapons. The point of coming down to the depths in the first place was to build up the Zonite bank, so at some point when resource depletion becomes a problem, we'll be quite happy to just head back upstairs once we find a good opportunity to do so. I hope I did not just despawn the vehicle. I don't think I did. I think it was just one level up. Let's be careful about that, though. I mean, if I did, no big deal. We've collected enough Zonite that we can always continue to rebuild. But yeah, I left it up here. That's fine. That's good. And having mined what we can here, I think we're pretty content to continue, so. Again, I occasionally change the direction of the control stick. The steering stick here, depending on what kind of camera issues we're likely to deal with. Or how we're going to drop. That looks like another promising mining wall, though. So I think we should perhaps head over there if we can. We can do that without too much trouble. Just float over gently if we can. Our consumption is not great on this, as we previously determined, but as long as we get a nice safe fall and a nice even surface, it is a very good descent vehicle. With the balloon to keep things steady. James D, I'm doing alright. And yeah, I hope you've been doing well on your end. Let's stay relatively within range over here and just bust down this wall as well. The vehicle looks like it could gain some height. So I'll tell you what I've been doing about this vehicle in a user, because we've been tweaking it quite a bit in the previous session to be something modular and adaptable for many different purposes. But I'll go back to it and I'll show you. Because we've devised a bit of a strategy for resource conservation. So most of this is generally easy to assemble at the vehicle points in the depths. The only issue is that usually I have to supply my own control stick and maybe one of the fans. The control stick we do want to supply separately, because that allows me to detach it, unlike with the Zonite construction, and turn it back and forth. The reason to turn it back and forth is because if I'm kind of facing this way with the control stick, the camera is worse, but it's easier to drop safely with the balloon. If it's facing this way, the camera is much better, but then of course I risk kind of spilling out when I let go of the stick. So, the build that I have going for this is a good time to summarize. That I've saved up temporarily just has this without the balloon. Just with the basket by itself. That's a very lightweight vehicle for gaining tons of height with low cost. The balloon, surprisingly, adds a lot of weight when you do it like this. So I'm leaving the balloon unpowered. Notice there's no flame emitter on it. And if I have no flame emitter on the balloon, it doesn't take damage. That's the critical thing about this layout. The reason I'm using the balloon is not to gain height. The balloon is actually functioning as a parachute when I'm doing a drop. When I have the balloon attached, it actually adds enough dead weight that the vehicle is actually somewhat level. And I basically use it as a bit of a short-range hopper, which perhaps will be eventually useful at the Sky Islands. We have to be pretty careful about this because, as you can see, it does have a tendency to get stuck. But it's kind of a short-range hopper that allows me to fall great distances safely without taking fall damage, because it doesn't outpace me during the fall. That's the whole point of this vehicle. But the idea is that as I traverse, I can detach and reattach the balloons depending on the circumstances that I need it for. That wall looks suspicious. I don't remember mining there. I don't remember mining here, but it looks like it's clear. Okay. Oh, yeah, maybe I did mine it previously. On the way over. So, oh, there's all kinds of physics nonsense in this game. But basically, the balloons, when they're sitting in water as well, they're also buoyant. So, balloons actually sit at the water's surface. I don't know if maybe this is, you know, just a cargo cult effect or something I'm reading into this, and whether I actually require it, but usually the difficulty that I have with these quadrotor contraptions is that if I try to lose power to drop suddenly, it's very hard for me to make a landing because often the vehicle outpaces me and falls faster. Apparently, a difference in wind resistance, maybe. But with the balloon, I get a much gentler descent. But if I need to make a very rapid ascent of a great deal of elevation, I actually take the balloon off. So that's what I've been doing. The main liability with this is that the control stick is off-center, which makes it a little odd to pilot, which is why I'm fussing around with the camera positioning so much. But as you can see, it doesn't gain height very well. In fact, the whole point here is to not gain too much height. I'm trying to recall to rescue this. Oh, come on. Face this way. Hang on. Face this way. There we go. Getting a little better at these vehicle rescues as well, because we've had to do so many of them. Notice too that because I've attached a bright bloom seed to the vehicle, that it is working as an unpowered light. So I have a light that doesn't consume battery, but which gives me a fair bit of illumination when we're going into undiscovered zones. It is very, very power hungry. If you peel off the balloon, then it's suddenly much more power efficient and much more lightweight. Oops. So when we want to gain lots of height, I do peel off the balloon. When I'm just kind of traversing cautiously, I don't. Because for the moment we want to keep the balloon while we are just scouting. But basically, so this is so counterintuitive. I take off the balloon if I want to go up. I put the balloon back on if I want to go down. Generally. When we're fairly level, like we are here, then I just use this as a bit of a short-range hover scout. Very short range, as you can see. It's extremely power hungry. The whole idea is to descend gently. And we're going to try to check for the next slight route, somewhere to my right. Yeah. But I do need to reverse the control stick sometimes. Whoops. Where'd it go? Oh no, it's over there. Great. I do need to reverse the control stick sometimes to get the positioning or the camera to behave properly, so... That's the only thing. Netcat, most things I do in this game are workarounds for not having the glider. In fact, so one thing I discovered in a previous stream was that if I just have an unpowered balloon with a basket, that allows me to fall safely from great heights without taking fall damage, so long as, you know, a corner doesn't trip up on the way down or something. We can't use that for the descent into Death Mountain because the descent into Death Mountain falls over lava. So we're going to need to find a different solution for that. I'm likely just going to take damage with a fairy when I do that and return to the Fire Temple. But anyway, I'll show you because at this point it looks like we need to gain a lot of height. I'm just going to peel off the balloon and remove it if I can. Yeah, we're just going to take it off. I'll show you how it goes from here. We'll give this a little bit more space so I can ascend properly. And then we need to be aware of the ceiling up there because that's a potential problem. I've got lots of balloons stashed up, so this works quite nicely. As long as we have a good landing that's not over too great an elevation. And doesn't lose the vehicle. Basically, we just used this as a short-range hopper, which was what I was trying to do when I was playing in a Sky Islands anyway. I've been trying to refine some kind of design for it ever since, like basically something that can give me a precise up and down over very short distances and never run into issues with parts expiring, which was the main thing I was worried about. So we actually don't want to be up here. That's just right up against a wall, I think. So we'll hop up over there towards that route. And of course we can always plug in additional batteries if we want. But, whoa. Getting a little stuck over here. Getting a little stuck over here. Oh. Come on, can I get it? Motion controls to the rescue. Oh, no, too far. And we just rescue the pod like this. I probably do want that balloon at this point, actually. We gain too much height. That's okay. Basically, this is how we can play. And it works. It's inelegant, but it works. Anyway. Like we actually do want the balloon, but that's okay. We can always build another one. We're actually a little too high at this point for what I want to do. So we get up to these routes over here. We can't exactly dive, but we can somewhat maintain level. When we tilt forward like this. So we fall into it, we're okay. Generally, we don't take too much fall damage. But we can't have too much height, or fall damage does kick in. If we're going balloonless. Not the most efficient, perhaps, but it does work. SpaceX is glad to hear Hopper has been recruited. Tears of the Kingdom, yeah. I haven't been looking anything up with this game, but I am aware that there is a rather vibrant engineering community. Tears of the Kingdom at this point. I'm kind of looking forward to seeing some of that when I eventually get to the point where I'm comfortable looking things up, but not yet, it seems. Yeah. Anyway, just light things up over there just to see. We haven't found the next light route yet. I might want to scout ahead to do so before we go too far. Yeah, because a lot of these hard walls sometimes do create a bit of a hindrance. And then it's not the most precise landing, but it works. Yeah, because eventually there's a light route somewhere in the dark over there that we're going to be moving towards. We need to figure that out. Lots of enemies down below. Just the cheap ones, though. Enemy camp. Looks like we are going to have to lose elevation, so if there's a vehicle base nearby, we'll use that. Otherwise, we'll just pull out my own balloon and drop down that way, and then coast down below. So yeah, occasionally expensive, but we've been doing a lot of experimentation with it. So basically, at any given point, I can just tap this back on. If we're worried about the fall, I can always just rotate the control stick. This is what we did for one of the other flights yesterday. You'll see what the issue is with the control stick this way, is that it pitches forward a little bit. It's better for descending, but it does have camera issues. The whole idea behind this is that I can gently maneuver forward. If I'm over flat ground, like over those toes over there perhaps, I can just pull back slightly. And we can go all the way down with very little trouble. Not zero trouble, but very little trouble. There's a YouTube channel that has popped up and has had daily 10-minute videos of just a Discord, Reddit, and Twitter creations. Yeah. Like I said, look forward to catching up on some of that. Is the balloon still slow to fall if it's sideways? That's a good question. I think I'd have to balance that out with another balloon, but then that would add a lot of weight, and so maybe that's not the most efficient. Notice how there's a plane just kind of sitting here, too. That's interesting that it would just give it to you. Oh, because it's a Yiga area. I'm just going to talk to the guy, because we can do that. In fact, the base infiltration has been very easy lately. Dead end. Good timing. This statue is the same as the others, right? Okay, so we've actually found something. I didn't know anything about statues leading to an abandoned mine. This is new information for me. Inside the wall. Does this look like a bombable wall? This surface, or is it... Which surface are we looking at here? Inside the wall. Oh, I see. I see. Because this is where... Yeah, so this is where the Rito area is completely blocked off. I think if we reveal the map, we'll see that it is completely blocked off because on the surface it is an island. This tells me that there is a chasm somewhere in the Rito village that we haven't found yet. Possibly from the top of the spire, since we haven't actually managed to climb up there. So... If I followed the quests, well, I mean, we haven't followed any quests, so... Yeah, but it looks like Rito Village, or rather the chasms under Rito Village are completely inaccessible. Unless I have a cavern, unless I have a chasm from the island itself. I think that has to be the solution. And it's probably from the top of the spire, because that's one location we know we haven't checked. And like I've been saying, I assume it's the same story with Tingle Island and with Eventide Island. And it was already the case with the Labyrinth Island, where if it's an island, it's going to be surrounded by walls and adepts, and we have to find a special chasm. This Yiga also probably has some cheesy line, like it seems like this is a dead end, you're a dead end. Yeah, I mean... If we were confident that he had a duplex bow or something, I'd farm him, but... I'm full up on weapons, I don't particularly care. Let's just find the next light route. Should be close. Should be reasonably close. Yeah, there's another weapon point over there. Should be somewhere down here. I'm just trying to see if we can observe its position. Base over there. Yeah, so I know there's one around here because of the corresponding dungeon, or corresponding shrine rather, in the overworld. Oh, here's another earthquake practice fight. Smash his head that way. The only kill on those more satisfying than kicking them off the cliff. Sturdy thick stick. Do we want to replace anything? The durability is probably going to be comparable to the Traveler's Spear. Let's take a look here just to see. 7. Kind of unadorned though. No, we'll keep a spear. We'll probably trade that one out anyway at some point, so. Okay, let's see about that light root. Should be... oh, right here. It's right here. Exactly as expected. Yeah. Let's make sure we're facing in the correct direction. And let's go down. Off a cliff into waters up there in satisfaction. Yeah, if you intend to do it. There are circumstances where you might not. Okay, a little bit of fall damage, but not too much. And we have the vehicle still, so that's the important thing. Yeah, the main problem with these designs in general is that the control stick doesn't have a good central location to sit on. And so the control stick by itself adds a lot of weight that unbalances the whole device. So it's not quite as good for a straight up and down as some of the devices I was building in the overworld. I wish I had more save slots for blueprints in general, but we'll see. I don't even know if that's expandable. We'll find out eventually, I'm sure. Yeah, as you can see, there definitely is a route there that is unreachable. And it is definitely also a mining location. There has to be some kind of chasm that lets you enter. Anyway, since we're in this direction, we might as well continue clearing this way. Vehicle point over there. I don't really see any Yiga bases nearby, so we'll just continue. Yeah, given that this stuff is somewhat high up in the mountains, there'll be a descent down there. We can do that later. We can go down south first in this direction and continue. Yeah, if we're not doing a really steep drop, I'm going to turn the control stick again and try to get a better camera. I mostly face it this way when I know I'm going to have a steep drop. So let's put some decent clothes back on. Probably the mining suit. Then we'll be heading this way. Yeah, so the whole point of this is to not gain elevation. At least not too much. You can kind of do a little bit of an ascent from time to time, but basically we can fall in safely, we can recharge, we can just keep going. Just kind of do a bit of island hopping. But the point is very much to give me a lot of flexibility when it comes to going up and down, even though it is relatively slow and not energy efficient at all. And also liable to run into cliff sides. Then we have a chance to look around from time to time too. We've got a high wall coming though. That looks like it's just going to be a hard wall. And it's hard to tell. Might be a lot of elevation gain coming up here actually. Which means we should peel the balloon. Possibly even plug in a battery given the height we're dealing with here. Let's get in a bit closer first. And we'll determine that. Get over to those pose. We have a lander vehicle. Yeah. I mean, at any point I can also plug in a flame emitter to use the balloon as a balloon, but the thing is that does kill the balloon when it comes to durability, so... So in general, I prefer not to do that. I prefer to just spin more balloons, because balloons are much easier to come by, at least with my current stocks here, where we have 27 of them. I don't mind just spending a bunch. For now, anyway. I mean, fans used to be abundant, and I ended up overspending those too, so... Can't always rely on my estimates, but... Yeah, I think here... we'll probably want a battery. Let's do it. Starting to run a little low on these, but... we'll deal with it. Plug the battery where the balloon used to be. And that way we don't need to worry about this for a while, I hope. Let's deplete rather quickly, actually. If we need to use a zonite charge or something, we will. We'll just try to get in position to head up the cliff. Oh, right next to a battle talus, actually. But we'll obviously want to kill the battle talus, so... But we want the battle talus to not kill my vehicle, so let's move it out of the way. Also, not having very many bows is a liability here, so... And also, not really being able to climb safely on a battle talus might be an issue. Alright. We'll have to use one of my existing bows. I'm just so low on bows, I really have to knock out some of these guys and claim some. And hopefully, yeah, we can ascend through this platform without taking too much gloom damage. I'm a little concerned about that. We can get on top of the ledge here. Just snipe it for a moment. And can we actually stand on this? I guess we can. Yeah, let's just go for directly. Talus versus Talus. Done. And then we just take out these guys on the floor. There we go. Finally got some bows going again. So we don't need to use our long range one. Also, let's go back to Earthwake. These guys. Okay. There we go. Very stylish. Yeah, that's the thing. I was totally fine for arrows. I was so worried about arrows coming down here, and I'm still in 400 arrows, but I have no bows. The 12 damage bows are fine, though. The spike boko bows are good enough to one-shot the blue bokoblin snipers. So, for most purposes, they would do. Sturdy thick stick. We want sturdy thick stick with a talus, or the high durability spear with a talus. Probably this one. Okay. Let's make sure we don't have any really critical loot, but now we have bows again, so they're fairly weak. The only bows that we've seen down here are these 12 damage ones, but Cork Front Guster, yeah. Also, let's get back to our balloon. I hope I wasn't out of range. You found a 5-shot bow and an unlocked chest the other day. Yeah, I haven't seen one yet in this game. We were loaded with them in Breath of the Wild, but the best one I have yet is the Savage Lionel by 3. Which I'm not using it. I'm saving it for special occasions. Maybe even save it for the museum until we get more. I mean, it's basically a bow I'll be using against other Lionels. I can't imagine that anything less would be worthy. Yeah, 32 by 5. I remember having some of those in the previous game. Put a diamond tip on that one. Okay. Why do I hear enemy music? Muddle buds are great for big group fights. We should have done more use of those, but anyway. Let's see. This light route looks like the one that we had previously because we flew up here. Let's make sure we're facing the right direction. And continue that way. Whoops, snap that off. Bit of collision damage does cause problems, apparently. We're not cautious. Symmetrical? Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. I am a total pack rat when it comes to good weapons as well. Definitely had that problem in the previous game. How low does this go? Really low. Yeah, because I guess this whole thing is a ridge. Oh, I see. It's a ridge to match the canyon. The canyon that originally went up to the Forgotten Temple. That's why here it goes up and then back down. So we'll be getting back down. I think so anyway. If we had a terrain map of the overworld, I could see, but given that we'll be going back down, I think I should put on the balloon. But we'll continue going along this ridge for just a moment here. Land it safely. Whoa. A little bit of fall damage, as you can see. We can scout what's going on. And look at that. Those trees down there. The central mining location, of course, would be in there before, but we want to face this way, right? Means we should continue going up, actually. There are currently visibly some vehicle points at the top of the ridge, if I'm correct about where we're facing, so we should actually go way, way up. Let's see what happens, because it's equivalent to the canyon, basically. This one I think might require the battery again. But we can also use charges for it. A little more efficient to use the battery now, I think. Because I'm correct, then we should be going up to the left. And once we gain elevation here, then we'll probably have a pretty steep drop on the other side. But oh, not today. Yeah, so we'll deplete that quickly. If we can get up top before power expires, we'll be in good shape. This goes way up though. Way, way up. I'll probably need a fire charge. In just a moment. Might even use a large charge here just in case. I'm always reluctant to use these, but we're high up enough that I feel like we should. We can scout this area properly. Over on this ridge. Yeah, this is equivalent to the canyon bottom. I don't know if there's going to be a shrine that's this high, but we should follow the ridge and scout. Also, we're going too high. I'll need to descend. Whoa. That's okay. Just still got health. I'm not taking gloom damage. Whoop. No, not there. Okay. Okay. We actually did take a fair bit of damage. Okay, fine. That went way too high. That's okay. We'll go around and we'll retrieve it. Come on. Nope. Or we'll just put on the gloom clothing and then jump it. I'll just try to retrieve it. I think I'm out of fairies, aren't I? I think I am. Oh no, I have one fairy left. We shouldn't use it though. We should use this instead. Well, maybe I can hold out until the light route. This looks significant. Oh no, it's just a mining location. Yeah, you were saying you have like 11 or 12 bows. I mean, I haven't upgraded any slots, as you can see. But of course, I've just been spending the bows anyway. And spending them way down in this area. Let's... kind of tempted to just use a wing as a platform over there. Let me... but no, we can just pick this up. Probably switch back to balloon. Once we can. Where's my anti-balloon suit? Yeah, I do have a balloon part over there, which we can use as an attachment. More bombs are a good idea right now. Yeah, when I meet up with Hestio, I'll be fine. I mean, we have so much right now. We have over 300 Koroks, right? Like I think it only cost me 300 something to get all the unlocks in the first game, unless I'm misremembering. Okay, we know there's going to be something there. We know we covered the other ones here. Yeah, let's take this. Fall damage is potentially an issue, so, well, with the balloon, much less of an issue. But I think we're going to be taking ourselves off the ridge, probably. Well, let's fight these guys a bit with Earthquake if we can. Take half damage on that. Or we can actually just club them. In general, I don't find this to be worth the attack. There we go. The Breath of the Wild full slots needed 441. Okay. I know I eventually got that because my save file, I think, went up to somewhere in the 600s by the time I was feeling finished with it and ready to do Master Mode instead. Yeah, 300 will be plenty. And there are significant regions I haven't really even touched yet, right? So it's entirely possible I'll just get 441 by the time that becomes relevant. Let's scout ahead slightly. We'll pull this over. Or even pilot it over. Yeah, high power consumption, but relatively precise maneuverability is what I'm going for. Precision instrument. Light route down there. And so we'll show off pretty much exactly what I was talking about, which is our ability to fall with the balloon if I can. Which again, I feel much more comfortable doing if we're facing the other way with it. Worst case, I am able to take fall damage with a fairy. Do we need anything else in this ridge? Because it's a fairly prominent ridge. I mean, we took the trouble to get up here. I feel like maybe I should scout it a little bit first, although it's just a camp. Assembly points for wings mostly. Yeah, we need to heal up anyway, and we only have like 1 point of gloom damage, so I should actually just consume one of my big meals. Or maybe start working our way through the cheap stuff that we're not using anyway. Now we'll use a big meal. We're going to be here a while, so. We have lots of portable pots for cooking more eventually. Let me see where we are. Okay. Light route down there. We'll go for that. Yeah, the Master Mining Sword in Breath of the Wild. That's exactly it. Okay, so we want to be somewhat precise about the drop here. But if I'm right, I should be able to fall safely even from this height. I'll do pitch forward a bit to maintain balance. Maintain balance most of the way. Oh. Come back, you. Good catch. Yeah, that was mostly a good fall. We actually came just a slightly bit too close to the light route and took it a bump there at the end, but other than that. I should eventually build a better gentle descent craft, because we basically just need something with propellers to, you know, give you a bit of a hover, but which is weighed down so it actually goes down, right? I feel like that's what we should be going for, is some kind of hover vehicle that lets you drop slowly. But my control over this is limited. Yeah, we took a little bit of fall damage, but luckily not much. This over here looks prominent. Might be a construct platform. Maybe something else. I might want to check it, but I also want to prioritize light routes for the time being. It is rather prominent, though. I imagine it's something like a construct fight. Well, the elevation change isn't extreme. We can probably go for it without too many issues. Or have we been there already? Because we previously here at this light route. Yeah, I wonder if we've actually been there. But anyway, we can continue moving up for the treasures, and we can figure out where future locations are. This is going to be mostly what this stream is going to be, I think. Just hitting light routes until resource depletion takes over. Also, you can take this off, but let's stab it down below. We might as well take it down and traverse a bit. See what's going on in the world. It's going to be lit up, so... Okay, let's reverse the stick again so we can see where we're going. Whoops. We can do that a little better, I think. Explore the depths more. Yeah, this is really only my second significant session with depths. And my third overall. I had one where I took some time to do one labyrinth, but also goblins here. Goblins galore. He does see me. Do I want to fight that yet? Yeah, I only came out here because I was at 0 zonite. Now we're at about 400 some, which is much nicer. Speaking of zonite, yeah, a lot of black bocos. Lightning would take out a lot of these guys. Probably a lot of explosives there too. We can certainly take the fight. I'm just wondering if it's worth it, resource-wise. Yeah, more zonite doesn't hurt. We're passing by it anyway. I'm not hitting every camp, though. I mostly want to just keep the vehicles alive. We can do it, I think. Yeah, no, I know I mostly want to prioritize light routes, but the more zonite we have, the more comfortable we are. But we'll have to be pretty careful because health-wise, that's one of my limiting factors right now. Since we have used all the gloom food at this point. We're right by the light route, so gloom damage doesn't matter, but we have used a lot of the hard fruit as well. But we have portable pots, so maybe that's not a concern. Okay, now we're going to use the cheap bows now because we're cheap. And we know shock is generally going to be good against these guys. See if I can maybe get over here and then... Oh, I should have activated Reju first, but... Let's get some fire over and barrels there too. That didn't work. There we go. Much better. And when eventually we get some crowd control going. Oh, also, you know what we can do? Muddle buds, where are you? Muddle buds. Muddle buds. Because they're tons of fun. You can basically crowd control a bunch of them at a time. And then, also, I should switch to my good armor since I have lights on here. Then we can get into close quarters and start whacking away. Oh, we can even take that bow. Excellent. Because we had room for it. And then we can just go here And whack this guy too. Then let's go for more muddle buds. And they'll blow up. Then just run around and do some more mining. And everything else is dead, so we can just go for Earthquake now. Just toss him. Because he's a fat, so an easier target. This will take forever, but it'll be funny, so... And then my companion characters can basically do the rest. This will take way too long, though. Because we're relying on just a little bit of fall damage that he takes on the way down. Actually, it doesn't really damage him much at all. It just tosses him and stuns. So let's just kill him. Let's just kill him. Why not? And then go for lightning. Just to get him to drop stuff. Okay. Then, because we can. Oops. Just had to throw off my game there. Yeah, because... So I discovered that it doesn't really do much in the way of damage, but occasionally when you toss enemies, they take a bit of fall damage, depending on how lightweight they are. But inherently the Earthquake is a stunning tool, it's not really an offensive tool. It is against some enemies. Some enemies take nothing, like Talus takes nothing, but the little frogs you can take down by about half, and the skulls you can always take instantly. So it's not a very good damage tool, but we're trading up with bows, which is great. It's exactly what I want. And let's use this mining weapon until we're sick of it. Because we'll be able to trade out of that pretty easily. And a lot of the deposits here were just bombed in events, so... Likely... Oh, we have another Dragonbone Boko. Let's trade out for it. We've traded all our bows up, which is great. That's why we did well here with taking an actual camp. Mushroom. Oh, hopefully I'm not out of range of my vehicle, but we'll check that. We can always build more, so... They're cheap. They basically cost me like three Zonnet for an additional fan and one control stick. Be maximally adaptable. We are using the rock hammer quite a bit at this point with a sturdy wooden stick. Let's take a look at that knight's broadsword here. Might want to take that instead and we'll put a boulder on it. And just change up mining weapons as we go. But I was pretty happy with that fight. Let's see if there's anything like a treasure chest here too. Sometimes there is. I always forget to check. The Muddle Bud was really the MVP there though, just giving me tons of crowd control. Oops. We have another camp over there, but I feel like we've hit the good camp already, so... Actually traded up in weaponry, which is nice. Yeah, Muddle Buds are wonderful. It hurt itself in its confusion. So yeah, we'll proceed in this direction. And try to go for this point here, in case it is something like a construct fight I haven't seen yet. Also, it is stuck. So we'll have this low elevation hover vehicle. That will take over to the Poe tree. Because that would be like poetry. Then we'll just continue roving along that way, I think, until we see something good. And a little bit here just to scout a bit of this ledge. Again, just do a bit of a gentle drop from time to time. I hear horses. What is that? Oh, just more of the frogs. Look at that. Hitting these guys mid-air is very satisfying. Oh, more sonite. Let's get that. So I don't know how long I'll be running today. I have some incentive to actually get some sleep. Given that it is a Nintendo Direct day tomorrow. And we tend to go to impractical lengths to watch everyone. The way they shake their back end before lunging is cute, yeah. I suppose it is somewhat cat-like behavior for a frog. Also, if we want to loot these poses, we can totally just drop on top of them, but hang on. Let's just see what's going on. That looks like an ascension column. That's very important. That's very, very important. Let's... So we found another exit, and this exit would take you... Where even is this? Right at the end of the mountains here. It's pretty close to Satori Mountain. It's like... Yeah, because... Yeah, right. This is the whole Thunder Plateau, right? Or am I wrong? Rito Village is up here. Depends the bridge. Yeah, actually, that's a pretty good location. It's pretty close to where the... You know what I've noticed, actually? Look at this location here. And look at this location here that we're marking out now. It's pretty close to where the old Great Ferry locations were, aren't they? If I'm not mistaken. That they kind of line up with where the Great Ferries used to be. Some of them anyway, not all obviously. I also know that in Kakariko, one of the old Great Ferry locations is now just a chasm, and we haven't dealt with that yet, so... I think so anyway, I'm just eyeballing it. I might be wrong. Anyway. That looks new. We've never fought that guy. We're obviously going to fight him. In the dark. But that looks new. That's a new boss. Unless it's kind of like the Gibdo bosses. Whoa. Way to show up, guys. Let's get over here so you guys don't hit my vehicle. And let's see if I can earthquake you. So Tarrytown exit would be reasonable? Yeah, perhaps. Like right by where the player housing is, in fact. I don't know if it lines up exactly, but those two certainly do. I think so, anyway. I would check, but like with an ascension test. Because we're greedy. So we're going to do that fight, and we'll just make sure we're prepared ahead of time. Because again, I don't want to lose my vehicle. I want to park reasonably close, but not within attack range. But we don't know what the attack pattern is yet. Or what that gloomy weapon on the side is. That looks concerning. Whoa. But we should... yeah. Probably redundant to mark this as a boss location. It's pretty obvious. But... let's see what kind of crossing this is, because I can't see the terrain yet. We don't know what this is. Looks like it's just terrain. Okay. This looks kind of... yeah, this is a Gibdo boss, actually. This is a Gibdo. Which means we need to get lightning arrows ready for the bombardment. That's a chest. This is a chest challenge. You defeat the Gibdo boss, and then you get a chest. It's like a rematch, then, with the Lightning Temple boss, if I understand it. I didn't know you could do that in Adepts, but apparently you can. But we know how to fight that. As long as we have Riju, I think we're probably okay. Except we don't quite have ceiling access here for the air phase. As long as we're not too far out of range. Should be able to preserve that. Whoops. Important thing is not to let this get nuked. We'll just park it over here. Close to the treasure chest, perhaps. We'll get Riju up and running. We've got some decent bows. Okay. We've got good armor. The area is surprisingly well lit. I think we're probably going to be okay. Just as long as we remember that elemental attacks will be necessary to kill any Gibdo. Also, this fight has been long enough ago that I don't really remember it. It is Queen Gibdo. You do need to let these light up first. I don't know if it's going to be tougher than the surface fight. I just don't remember the fight, to be honest. Also, do we have sand boots on? I do have sand boots on, which is great. It's even better. I don't quite remember what we do with her until it comes out. Lightning. Shoots you down. Good. Alright, then we run around. Whoops. Okay. We do need Riju for this, I think. Yeah, this was weeks ago. I don't remember what to do here. Okay. And then let's get another decent weapon. Probably just use this. Flux Pounder is maybe good here. Yeah. We've got much better weapons than we did last time we fought her, so, you know. And if any pawns activate, we'll use them. Also, I've got full armor here, so no concerns. I think there is an air phase at the end. That's the only thing that I'm a little wary of right now. Okay. Oh. Okay. Yeah, eventually there will be a pod phase, but we're prepared for that. Oh, ocean controls, come on. Look at me here. A little bit of drift today. Okay, so now we just have each of these before we get overwhelmed by zombies. Oh, cool down. But we get Rishu in kind of explosion range. We're actually going to be okay. And we'll just need to okay, we need shock. Then Rishu. We'll just go circle around. Take a pod at a time. And then, as long as we snipe off what we can, we're actually going to be in okay shape. I'll probably get a bigger area effect attack here. Okay, I'm dragging a few too many of these perhaps. And then it's okay, we're fine. Where's you? Yeah. Oh, nope. Someone intercepted me here. That's okay, we'll do it again. Imagine coming here without Rishu. Oh, I get it. That's why we found the other pod with, that was locked behind. What's his name's power? Yunobo's power. That must also be the Fire Temple boss rematch. And we haven't seen the Fire Temple yet, so we don't have access to it. But that must be what it is. Because that was a mysterious thing in a previous game that we didn't know about, that we'd marked with a star. Let's do something other than shock fruit. I've got to have more. Yeah, I've got splash fruit, I've got ice fruit, chew jelly. Any kind of elemental attack will generally do. Ice doesn't actually do as well. Let's try splash. Splash does pretty well. Oh. No, wait, we can go straight for the boss, but I'd rather crowd control this a little bit first. And then, good thing we stocked up with bows before this fight. We've been using so many shots in this thing. Okay, Riju, where are you? I should use the eyeball on this. But nope, we'll take it down. Flux Pounder. Flux Pounder, I hardly knew her. Okay. Okay. Oh, also, no bow. Okay. I wonder if I should just use an elemental weapon against that too. I mean, it's a Gib though. You would think that maybe elemental attack should have been the way to go anyway. But No, we do need lightning power. Oh, no, we don't, actually, maybe. Oops. Okay. We're taking so little damage on this. Easy fight, really. It's because we're overgeared at this point. First story boss. Whoop. A little off guard there, though. Oh, we should have used Sidon's elemental attack, actually, to clear out some of the ads just now. Here we go. This has got to be a finish, right? Come on. No. Almost there. Come on. Oh, he's nodding like that. Throwing me off a bit. It's okay. Luckily we have arrows. Okay. So I wonder what we get. For our trouble. Anyway, I'm really glad these fights exist. That's kind of nice to have them distributed this way. Rather than just having, you know, straight rematches in the endgame. Then you have discoverable boss rematches. So yeah, we know what this is about now, then. The, where was it? Right here. Oh, pretty close by, in fact. And maybe this is one too, given how these look. Although I don't know if we checked that location previously. I think maybe that was a construct fight. Like, a lot of these are boss pods of some sort. But this was the location that was blocked off by the... I keep thinking of this like the crack rock rocks that the Gorns are munching on, with Yunobo having to use a special power there, and we don't have him handy right now. Interestingly enough, you could engage this fight without having Rishu available, and of course, if Rishu is not available, you can't actually take down the Gibdo towers. So hopefully we don't encounter something that requires the wind power to finish, or trigger it early. But I'm increasingly certain that this must be the Fire Temple boss rematch then. This is really interesting. I did not know this about the depths, and this is a wonderful little surprise. Huge crystallized charge. Look at that. That's enough to basically double our battery bank next time we want to expand it. Because we spent 600 previously, and we just spend 600 again. Anyway, that's an ascension point. I feel like we don't want to take that yet. I can check where it goes, but... Also, since we have this available, here's what we're going to do. First of all, that is also something that is dropped. What is this? Oh, interesting. I wonder if I can use this. That's got to be what it is, right? Let's see what it is. Like, Queen Gibdo wing. We want a shield, maybe? If we put it on a shield, we can always detach it at Tarrytown much later, and then see how to use it properly. If we put it on a weapon, it's just going to sit on the weapon, right? Where it looks like if I put it on a weapon, maybe the wing. Let me think about that. I've never seen one of these before, so... Like, if we put it on a weapon, He's just going to sit on a weapon until I wave it at things and project it, but could I loot this in a dungeon previously or not? I think this is maybe unique. Let's put on the shield for now, since it'll just sit here until we want to detach it. Don't know what it is, but we'll eventually try to fuse a weapon onto it when we can go to Tarrytown and experiment. I'm basically just keeping this. I might even just put this in a museum at this point. But we'll play around with it next time we're in Tarrytown. It must be a good kind of fan weapon, I'm sure, but... Now, if we test the Ascension location and cancel out of it, I think we can keep the vehicle. So, why don't we do that? Also, I can probably... Oh, the thing I was going to do, which I forgot about. Hang on, this is why I brought the vehicle over here in the first place. Let's, attach. So we can actually blow any of these. Where is my... I've got a cheap little bow here. Nope. These sand piles don't look blowable. Oh, those ones over there? Probably the same story. Okay, just checking. It's a nice thing about having modular parts in a vehicle, you can do that. Is still symmetrical? It's a little off. A little off is not acceptable. There we go. Okay. Yeah. Symmetry is really hard to come by in this game. For some reason. Anyway, we can just take this over. We should be able to do an ascension test to check the location and then come back. From that. If we cancel out, we should keep the vehicle. I hope, because it's going to load a completely different zone, right? So I don't actually know that for a fact. Also, let's grab this stuff. Also note, map-wise, seems rather important, that over here, if this is a boss platform, it's not too far from another ascent point as well. Not as close as this one, I suppose. I was just wondering if there's some kind of correlation, but maybe not. Anyway, we'll definitely check it, hopefully, and then if we lose the vehicle, we lose it. We're going to ascend, we're going to check where we are, and we're going to cancel. And we're about to discover what a despawning logic is like when you do cancel. Where is this? You would think I would have noticed this location, but... Oh, that's just right beside one of the geoglyphs. Okay, we're not exiting here, obviously. We'll go back down, but... Oh, do we keep the balloon? We're about to discover... No. No. We lost it. And I know we lost it partly because the bright bloom illumination is no longer... Ah, that's too bad. That's okay, it just cost me a bit of zonite to put it back together. So now we know not to ascend cancel if we... Yeah, because it does take you out of despawning range even if you do cancel, I guess. Too bad. We have more vehicle assembly points though, so we can just put that back together quickly. But I got far fewer lights around here now. Which is unfortunate. Why was this so much better lit earlier? Probably because that giant bright bloom I had. Oh, unfortunately all this stuff is way up in elevation now because we're in a pit. That's okay, we'll go back to one of those assembly points if we can. We'll just have to walk it. Unless, of course, we just want to go up now to cook, and depending on how easy it is to get back down, not that easy. However, there is the entrance near the Forgotten Temple. Right here. That's not close. That's quite a bit further. I want to actually map our way there so we can connect the territory. Alright, let's go back to a vehicle point and build then. That's kind of annoying. I doubt you can even fight this once you've looted the chest. Or maybe you can, because that would be the only way to farm the Queen Gibdo ring. Right? Because otherwise you can't replace that. So maybe it's a farmable location for boss parts, but we don't know, so... But yeah, it seems like when you try to ascend, everything despawns even if you do cancel. So, now we know. Now we know. Just walk over to this one or something. If we can. Oh, also, no wonder it's so dark here. I don't have my other suit. Spend durability on these guys, are you kidding? Oh. Okay. Very nice. And yeah, this was some kind of encampment. But generally we want to head towards this. A couple of different vehicle pods over here and here as well. Maybe towards this one, because then we'll continue this way. Yeah, so we can do it. In fact, I wonder if Queen Gibdo only appears here if you have defeated it before. But we'll save that as a problem for her another time. I would think so, because otherwise the fight isn't actually completable without Bijou's power, if I understand it correctly. Okay, straight on. Yeah, what happened to that light route that was supposed to light this place? Where are my lights? I was promised lights. We have mapped out the terrain, so we know there is a safe crossing. Actually, I have to walk places when we are too cheap to construct a vehicle immediately. Then we'll mine us some more. And then southeast of here is the platform. Okay. Once again. That has become the new satisfying way to do all that. Sturdy long stick, very tempting. And some exhaustive mining weapons, but I think we're fine for now. Yeah, wasn't this area mapped to turn off the lights around here? What is this? What is this business? That's okay, we'll turn more lights back on. Hope we didn't just bug out the lights or something. Because I thought this area was mapped, it certainly looked like it. But cancelling out of the surface's engine is perhaps not the most typical behavior. Maybe close, right? Or is that way down? Oh, there we go. There's a shelf. Alright. Oh, this is a driving vehicle point, not a... got some fans. We have balloons. Not really. We don't need a balloon though, we just need a frame, so we can spend some... I'm not spending all my fans. Anyway, we definitely want my own control stick. Then we'll auto build. We'll do it with... Oh, yes, that's right. Without the balloon... We need the balloon to be detachable, so I do have to use my own as well. Because usually I just pick one up here. Then we'll go back to the auto build history to one of these. Material cost should yeah, just be the basket, which we'll need to be careful with. We don't want to accidentally shake it. Basket for one fan, I guess. Or is it 2 fans? How come it's asking for 2 fans? Can I grab this? I have grabbed this. Hang on here. Thought I had an additional fan available. Why don't I? Let's drop this for one moment. Okay, better. Now we just have 2 parts. So we have to be careful not to shake the basket. That's the main thing. because I do tend to grab the basket quite a bit when we are traveling. Next thing, of course, is to put the bright bloom seed on it, which we'll do. We'll put the giant seed if we can. Got plenty of those. Okay. Alright, now we have some lights. Giant seed actually does make quite a difference. Anyway, likely this is the next point that we're hitting. I don't remember why I marked this with a star. I thought that was the Thunder Plateau, but I might be wrong. Anyway, we'll wrap around, we'll try to hit this one. If we can. Fumble around blindly in the dark. Oh, let's grab some bombs too. Because at least around here, bomb trees are plentiful. Yeah, we don't know what the elevation is going to be. I mean, water tells me that these are going to be higher cliffs, probably. Oh yeah, we'll go around. Oh, more of these, okay. When do we have room for a moblin arm, I guess? At some point we actually did lose a weapon. Just means I can grab a thick stick. Yeah, I would rather have the thick stick. Oh, what element do we want? Probably lightning. Okay, that's all done. I would like to put a rock on it. These are just stones, right? Or rock. There we go. Okay, let's be very careful not to shake the basket. We can help it. When we reach another vehicle assembly point, we can always replace the basket with something non-zonite just to avoid potential issues. With things falling apart completely. Let's continue. Yeah, nice thing about seeing the pole locations that they do give me a sense sometimes of where ground will be. I do see a light source very faintly. Also, let's change out the rock to a boulder. Just because we can. Then... yeah, let's see if I can spy anything over the horizon. Not yet. Not nearly. Yeah, we see more Poes over there. That's good. That gives me a destination. Bit of a grove over here with more fireflies and the like. Even though we have enough fireflies for the next tier of upgrades, we don't know what the material cost will be for tier 4 for the mining suit, so it might not hurt to grab more fireflies while we can. Sure that it'll require basically every kind of light source material. giant bright bloom seeds and the rest, but you never know. Maybe even star fragments and the like. Given how expensive everything can be. Let's move over here for a second. You see some fans, but no balloon basket. Okay, we'll just leave things as is. If we saw the basket, I would refit this whole construction. But since we don't, we'll continue. Is that a light route that I see over there? Maybe. We're facing roughly in the right direction for that to be the case, so. Let's continue. Hopefully not have a super steep drop too soon. Oh, that's a Yiga base. That's good. We like Yiga bases. So as long as we are appropriately attired. We could even peel the balloon and just take this whole thing up top to go for the snipe immediately, but we can also just, you know, walk in calmly. I'm sure we'd be able to find something like balloon parts there. We will need to light the place up a little bit, but we're accustomed to that. Yeah, because we could just fly up directly. If we get a good landing, then we just snipe off that guy with an eyeball as usual. And just unlock everything from the top side. Instead of having to climb through the gloom. So, let's get in a bit closer, but I'll probably peel off the balloon and do that unless there's a reason not to. Yeah, if we're confident about this not despawning though, maybe we can just go up the standard way. As long as we park reasonably close. No, that's not going to do anything. Just need to remember which corner of the base we're in. Basically the western side, yeah. We'd have to fall safely down towards it. Which we can do. I think I won't notice a thing. However, given the difficulty of descending here without a glider, I think we should actually ride up ourselves. Take this to the top level. We can always come back down for the balloon later if it is within range. We should, in fact, just go up. We can land it suitably, which I think we'll be able to do. Plenty of power. Perfect. And we can even check the manual down here. Some of these bases have a bit of copy-paste architecture. And yeah, these guys know how to ride the stall horses. We do love riding those, or certainly did before we became so vehicle dependent. Yeah, so there's a plane over here, we can just snipe it. It'll be absolutely no problem if we use an eyeball. I don't really want to use Arakuda eyeballs though, because we are running low and I know I need them for an upgrade. So that was a bit of overkill because the Fire Keys eyeball does quite a bit more damage, but I need to stash Arakuda eyeballs for other purposes. Look at that, what a wonderful landing on this thing. Right beside me where it needed to go. If it weren't so heavy, we could even put a whole bunch of spikes in our vehicle just to make it extra deadly. Also, yeah, the hut is up here, right? Well, I guess we should take the vehicle up. See if we can do it safely. Oh, let's grab this thing before it becomes a disaster. And we'll probably need to use our own balloon to send it down properly. We'll grab the treasure chest a moment too, but let's break this open while we can. Yeah, there was that balloon that dropped down below as well, but you know, I don't know if we really want to mess around with that too much. Maybe we can. We have to be pretty cautious about the descent. It's a good scouting location anyway. Whoops. Let's try it again, take two. Just trying to bust these down without durability loss. Doesn't always work. You need to give it kind of full height. Things we do for some arrows and bananas. Maybe a box will weigh my flying machine enough to descend? Could be. Or I could do it with the spikes. Would be kind of fun. I was thinking about that with the spikes already. Anyway, what schematic will we get this time? Bomb bouquet. Oh, that's just multiple bombs, but interestingly enough, that means you can spend zonite on bombs. Probably costs 12 or something, right? Let's check it. It costs 12. You can always use it with existing bombs, of course, but I think the whole point is to spend zonite on bombs in a pinch. Yeah, we can... I mean, the thing is, it's more convenient if I just spend a balloon on this. That's the least inconvenient thing to do. I feel like maybe we could lean into this and try to fall safely, but we'll... Yeah, I guess we can try with the control stick facing outward. It might be a mistake, but... Try it in a couple of different configurations. Usually with a big fall I turn the control stick, but... Again, that isn't a bulletproof solution, as we've found on many occasions. Let's just figure out where we're going, though. Lots of Poes over there. We know there's going to be a light route somewhere there. That would be a natural target. We know how high the surface is because of the Poes. I think... Yeah, we know there's going to be a pretty good surface location there, so we'll take it. It'll switch to some less fragile armor as well. When we get there. We're also about to crash. First of all... Yeah, actually, you just lean forward into this. Even if you're standing in the back, you can control descent as long as you don't bump into anything on the way down. So, I'm really quite happy with that. But of course, you do need to control the lean yourself once you let go to control stick. There's no getting around that. And it is a little tricky. But yeah, we specifically don't use Zonite for either the balloons or the control sticks, so they remain adaptable. We must be pretty close to a light route. Enemy camp over there. Scrape the floor a little bit over here. Looks like there's a bit of elevation gain over here. That's fine, we can do it. Really gentle. Particularly if we're close by, as it looks we are. Battery usage when you're ascending like that is not great. Not great. Let's cling in onto the control stick after expiry there. Deliberately. But I should maybe just take this up manually. We can do it. We can even use recall to really place it properly, but you know, just give it some initial height. Why don't we just do that? Lift that up a little bit. Put it up here. And come back down. Get over here. Just enough to get me over the ledge, but I'm not bumping into too many things at once. And we'll hover our way over. And that's another ascension point right there. That's very frequent. We've learned our lesson. We're not going to take it unless we know specifically that we want to go up. But look at that. This takes you right next to the ancient lab. Pretty close to the castle, actually. That's a very close point to everything over here. Nice location, in fact. Location, location, location. Anyway, let's light the place up a bit. The light route should be pretty close. Can't even tell if that's it. But it might be nearby. Should be able to see it. But we know, failing that there's the pose location over there. Just keep an eye out for that light route. Oh, there it is. Exactly where we thought. Again. Let this expire. We're going to fall in a little bit of damage. Not quite elegant, but we got it. Didn't destroy anything. Starting to take some bumps in that device, though. It does have a limited durability after enough hits. But, you know, in a pinch, we've got Zonite Despair. We can just continue building as we explore. I know I'm doing it a slow way, but we're hitting a lot of interesting things on the journey. They're certainly faster and more efficient vehicles, but we'll go with what we have. Okay, so this is an ascension point. Hit that Yiga base already. Yeah, so as expected, the water at this location here it does block this area off, which means we should go around to X marks the spot, and after that there's going to be a light route up here. Let's remove some tags we can, just to do a bit of cleanup. But yeah, we can certainly go around to this one, but we'll hit the X first. And then after that, lots of different light route locations that let's not accidentally travel. Spoiling my no fast travel run with accidental fast travel would just be the worst thing. Yeah, we'll have... Oops, no. It's already marked. Yeah, so basically we have a pretty clear path at this point. Let's go for that X. This open area here looks like it's something like a frogs fight waiting to happen. Well, you know what they say. No atheists in foxholes. Okay, now let's just continue progressing here. Yeah, oh, it's totally a frogs fight. Look at that. Called it. Now, the thing about the frogs is that if we're running around while fighting it, we do tend to run into some trouble sometimes with losing the whole vehicle. Let's get out over here and let's not run into it. I actually kind of wanted to put it in the gloom because that way it wouldn't hit this because we'll not be running here, but maybe that's not a good line of thinking because we need to run back here for it. That's okay, we'll put on gloom close for just a moment. We'll be able to run out of here. And let's switch to the good armor as well. And then we'll just take 1 point of gloom. And we'll run around and fight him in just a moment. we're a little low on bombs, but we learned in the previous stream how to fight them without bombs, so I'll probably be using some stuff like the Talus hammers, since that's what they're good for. Obsidian frogs, okay. We'll see how bad this is. We haven't fought one of these before. I did see obsidian frogs listed as one of my potential upgrade parts we'll need eventually. Okay. Let's just keep going Talus against this guy. Whoa, that's a big lift. Yeah, so let's not stay on for that long. Whoa. Well, he's doing some mining for me at least. Okay, let's actually have some food. No gloom damage from this, at least. Which means, and you can see why this guy just crushes my vehicles instantly if we run into trouble with that. Attack up for 9 minutes. We don't need 9 minutes, I hope. Let's go with attack up for 4. Oh, he's gonna stuck here. Why don't we just get slapped? Oop. Get off, get off. Yeah, let's not stay on too long. That's one of my main risk factors here. But if he's just kind of stuck in this location, we can just continue doing this. Get off. Oh, should have done the bow shot on dismounting. Whoa. That's okay, not too bad a chase. We need to get Reach up and running as well for the bow shots, but she's usually just totally out of position, so we'll fight him around a rock. Get him nice and stuck. Whoop. Standing a bit close there. Oh, come on. Jump off. Get off. Oh. There we go. Let's jump off. You know what? Do this too. Too many arrows. Anyway, obsidian frogs down. Frogs are very cute. Especially when you get to loot them. We even had some guts out of this thing. That was excellent. Yeah, we're going to eventually get out of here with a good number of crystallized charges. Also, we should mark this location because, not that I can tell any of my skulls apart, but obsidian frogs are necessary for a certain upgrade. I don't remember which one, but it's likely we'll need to farm these guys eventually. There are too many skulls marked here, I can't tell them apart, but we'll do that anyway. Can I still recall this somewhere? It goes up a bit. It's not really convenient to grab. Let's just maybe take some gloom. We're going to... Oh, I still have attack up. We're going to hit a light route soon anyway, so whatever. Not a big deal. Take 1 point. Let's just get out of here. We'll need to reverse, but that's okay. Then... which way am I heading at? You see, now I can't see myself. Okay, a little bit to the left. Yeah, we still need to descend a lot better. See, that's the problem, is that you can't just separately compartmentalize how you power up the device. Otherwise, we just put stabilizers on this thing. The issue is that if you power off, the stabilizer powers off. And so I've had very little use for stabilizers because usually I want devices to be stable when they are falling. That has not happened. We're going to be heading here in the dark. Maybe we should get a light route first. Yeah. Let's put some lights. Oh, big drop coming. Light route coming. Right. Light route for a dungeon I might not have found yet by the looks of it. Wow, that was a surprisingly good drop. We just kind of need to run with it. Look at what a good drop that was. No fall damage. Totally intended. Oh, we should get some mushroom here while we're here. That's one of the best drops I've had all game, actually. When it comes to fall damage mitigation, that was semi-intentional. Stop, drop, and roll. Exactly. Oh, there are horses here too. That's a fantastic location. We should star this. Because I'm always on the lookout for horses. So... we'll definitely star this. And we'll get a light route, which I haven't uncovered yet because we actually haven't been to the corresponding shrine, which means we've essentially discovered a shrine location too. We'll stay with the vehicle for now, but the skeletal horses are terrific down here, so... The only thing is that I want to deal with elevation gain and loss right now, and the horses might not be so good for that. Beautiful. Okay, so this is going to be a shrine that we haven't seen. That's pretty close to where I've explored previously. I can't believe I missed that. What did I mark this as? Oh, this is right by a tower, I guess. If this was my marker for a tower, no wonder we haven't seen it. It's right beside one of the Sheikah towers. And we just haven't bothered activating them because we don't have the mapping tool. Anyway, we'll continue taking this. We'll have to take this around, in fact, to see what a treasure location is. Let's just drive around. Yeah, and I guess these statues, as earlier indicated, are the markers for a former mine, which we now have, and which will have a treasure chest waiting for me. Possibly with one of the former amiibo parts. I'm legitimately concerned, given the way I progressed through this game, that something like a DLC announcement in the Direct tomorrow is just going to spoil something in the game like crazy for me. I don't remember how bad the Champions Ballad announcements were about that, but I actually remember the Champions Ballad trailer spoiling the motorcycle, in fact. Where, you know, they just told you before you even had a chance to play the game that the motorcycle was coming, which I thought was kind of unfortunate. Because I would have liked that to be a surprise. Anyway, much better zonite bank than we used to have. I might even be comfortable spending some of that on crystallized charges at this point. Let's drag this closer. No, I'm still going to watch the Direct live. Of course I am. I'm not so concerned that I'm going to skip the Direct. Come on. Especially with rumblings building up around 2D Mario, which is the biggest event for me that's not Zelda. No, it's going to be a good show. I never try to set my expectations from Nintendo Rumorville, because that's the best way to spoil your enjoyment of the Direct, is to pay any attention whatsoever to Nintendo rumors. Which is why people are always, like, receiving perfectly reasonable shows and coming out totally disappointed, because they don't know how to manage expectations. Okay, we've got part 2 of the Ocarina of Time set. We almost certainly need star fragments to upgrade that, and we don't have enough, but we'll deal with it. And we will, of course, continue to head west towards this location, whatever it may be. Also, what's that? Is that a boulder? That's a boulder. Do we need to put a boulder on anything? We actually have room for more weapons. We want to grab something. There is something to grab. Rock hammer. These aren't rusty swords, though. Not real great, but... You can always acidify them or something, and otherwise just break it off within a limited number of mining operations. Anyway. Anyway. In fact, we can just grab whatever this sword is up here. Probably be better than a rusty sword, even though we did lose the boulder immediately. Soldier spear, yeah, exactly. Just do that. There'll be more boulders, I don't particularly care. It's got durability up too, which means it'll be pretty decent. Did we really break all our Talus weapons already on that fight? Oh, we have one left. Okay. Without getting into the elemental ones. But yeah. I mean, I really hope I can get this game done before Pikmin, because Pikmin is an event for me, and at least Pikmin's likely to be shorter. But every Nintendo series has been getting along. We are a far cry away from the days when they would give you the hourly reminder to rest your eyes or whatever because they think you're a kid. Because that certainly wouldn't have been adequate for a game on a scale of Breath of the Wild or this one. I kind of want to just drop explosives on these guys like right now, but especially on the armored guy. Oh, they see me. We activated time bomb? No, we didn't. Yes, we did. That's why I don't stand too close to check. Anyway, let's get some bow shots. This guy we can just toss. Let's go lightning first. Then let's just earthquake him. While my allies chip away. Oh, whoops, there is a guy behind me, okay. You know what? Let's do it the fun way. We got 100 of these, let's enjoy ourselves a bit. Come on. Stab him in the back. Stab him in the back. Go, go, go. There we go. Well done, friend. Well done, friend. Come on, fight, fight, fight. Let's take some bets. I think it's a silver one. Okay. What do we have for actual melee weapons here? We can toss them. Oops. There we go. And then you guys can ship him. We'll just stun lock and let our party go to work. You say Pikmin is unlikely to be an 150-hour game, but you know. I always thought that the way for Pikmin to go is to actually move towards contiguous worlds like in this game, once the tech was able to permit it. And to have a bit of a longer macro strategy of placing bases and expanding on a map, rather than just having zones that are cleanly divided. I feel like Pikmin is probably more amenable to a more open design than most other Nintendo series. Also, at some point, I hope to give the idea of a Pikmin puzzle platformer a proper attempt instead of the kind of throwaway game they made on 3DS. Anyway, let's do some mining. Nice thing about doing a stun lock in a fight like that is I can actually interact with chat while I'm just stunning a guy. Open world Pikmin with interplanetary travel like No Man's Sky, yeah. I still haven't played No Man's Sky. I kind of look at it every time it goes on sale because I know they keep on expanding it, and occasionally I just have the urge to, you know, just build things, which is why I play games like Subnautica and Factorio and this one. Tears of the Kingdom right here, even though there's no persistent base building. But with No Man's Sky, the thing is that at this point I kind of want to see if I should just wait to see if Starfield scratches that itch more profoundly. And of course, you know, with Zelda happening lately, I've had no time to even think about other games. I've actually had no thirst or desperation for new game announcements whatsoever, because I was basically looking at this year and thinking, you know, if Pikmin's the only thing left this year, I'm still completely occupied. I've got backlog mountain to climb over here, so... let's see if we can spin the boulder hammer a bit more before we switch into that. We could also check it against my spear here. Let's see what this is. Durability up on this thing too. We should keep it then. Over the spear. Oh, what's this one? Nice broadsword. Yeah, the spear is nice. But we already have a rock in this thing and the durability is also good, so... we'll just keep it. Electric key space over there. I don't know if we want to deal with it. Let's just keep going. Oh, I always forget to check these places for treasure chests. I should really check it. I don't think there was. Light roots. Over there, yeah, that's the one. Horse would be a faster mode of transportation here, but less adaptable, so. And easier to lose in some ways. Anyway, we'll recharge, we'll head over there, we'll light it up. And we'll continue. Yeah, it's slow moving, but it does allow us to take in our surroundings a little bit. See what's going on. Yeah, once we unlock this is Hyrule Ridge Chasm. Then we'll probably... yeah, we don't want to deal with the canyon here in terms of elevation, so I think we'll go back out towards this one. Just double back. Because we know this is a massive ridge, and which is the canyon that goes under the Tamantha Bridge. We'll have to deal with it again eventually, but, you know, we're putting it off. We'll deal with it later. Earthquake doesn't kill the Tellus. Boulder weapons, however, will, so we'll just tap this guy while we wait for power. Zonite stash is finally getting somewhere decent. Whoops. That's okay, that was just a bit of gloom. That was a bit more gloom. Yeah, the thing is, if this powers down, you basically just hang on for dear life to the control stick, and it should be okay. So maybe even letting these power down is much better than letting go of the stick part way. Depending on when you want to descend, of course. Yeah, I feel like I'm full up on games for this year, regardless of what they announce tomorrow. The nightmare scenario is, you know, if they say something like Hollow Knight Silksong out today or something, and then we have a really serious conflict of interest. But you know that's not going to happen, so. But obviously, when it does eventually come out, Hollow Knight Silksong will be a Big priority for this stream. Big priority. You'll be laughing so much if it does happen. Yeah. Well, that's the thing, was that the Switch port of Hollow Knight was announced as a same-day release back in June 2018. That was actually the most memorable part of that 2018 Direct for me, I remember. Was that I could just sit down and play Hollow Knight that day on my Switch, because I'd been waiting for the Switch port for that instead of playing it on PC. But of course that was just a port, right? So... But yeah, definitely, you know, all the people kind of poo-pooing all the indie shows for not having Hollow Knight didn't seem to realize the kind of promotional pattern behind it, which is that, first of all, it's very much main direct material, and secondly, that Team Cherry's marketing had always been kind of totally separate up until the last minute, with a couple exceptions. Like, I know they had a couple of Xbox affiliated showings for Silksong, but mostly just to promote Game Pass and the like. But yeah, basically, you know, if you watch enough directs, you kind of have a good expectation of what isn't going to happen. And most of the time, you look at Nintendo rumors that are swirling around, you wonder if these people even bother to watch this stuff, right? Because it's not hard to predict this, at least a sort of rough scale and magnitude of what comes with these shows, even if you don't know the specifics. And yet, people tend to be way off. What isn't going to happen Metroid Prime 4? I don't know. Ordinarily, I'd agree, but the release of the remaster earlier this year assures me that there is some kind of plan for spacing out the series. What plan that is, I'm not sure yet, but I do think that tomorrow is kind of a potential make or break mode for Metroid Prime 4. But okay, we're going to let the battery run out and ride this down to the encampment below, just to demonstrate that riding it out is actually really, really safe and very balanced. So, if we have a safe landing zone, we should actually let the battery expire. It's much easier that way. Let's continue heading over here, if we can, once we have some battery. Looks like there's another mining location over there, or is that just a continuation of the current one? It's just a continuation. Linder Canyon. That's the main mine, in fact. So we'll just go around it. We'll go up here. And we'll just cross to that side. Eventually, we want to make it closer to the Lost Woods, but that'll be kind of a direct eastern path from here, past the area around Hyrule Castle. We'll see how it goes. Yeah, so if we know we're about to fall or lose charge, then we try to position ourselves over a good landing location. Like the Apollo lander or something. And then the Eagle's landed. There we go. Just thinking of that last minute course correction when the Eagle did land from Apollo 11. And exploring the depths down here does kind of feel like a lunar mission or something in a way. But yeah, we'll have to curl back around this way, past this pillar. Yeah, we'll just go around, whatever, so we don't lose too much elevation. Actually, having the availability of the horses here makes sense for this kind of terrain, because a lot of this looks pretty rideable. Much more than some of the other locations we encountered. So we stay nice and low, and we just let the power drop off by itself. We'll avoid fall damage as much as we can. We should have just taken a light route too to remove gloom. Oh no, we already removed gloom. That's fine. Yeah, we'll hang left and go up. Or we can continue going straight. There's going to be at least a shrine over here, and then again, let's be careful not to fast travel. I feel like that's a mistake waiting to happen. Yeah, treasure up here, but I feel like the Lost Woods are kind of calling me. And that this would be the best way to go about it, was just be follow this path. Because the Lost Woods, I mean, they'll be surrounded by wall, but maybe they're accessible from this side, close to the cavern entrance here. And also, we're pretty close to the drop off the Forgotten Temple, which is perhaps an incentive to cover this area. Although, of course, eventually if you drop there, you can just cover this directly. Like if you drop in, it's a well, you just immediately hit these points. Given that, because we know that this is a good point to begin exploration, we should actually just head east. That's one engineering marvel you haven't seen mimicked with Zonai parts, the Apollo landers. Yeah, and it's such a natural thing to do right here in the depths. It's too bad the power system is so constrained to, you know, treating every construction as just one on-off switch. Because I was definitely thinking early on if it's possible to do, you know, two-stage mechanisms when it comes to rocket delivery. Like if you have maybe two parts that are loosely attached, where you fire off one vehicle and get it to load another vehicle. But I think some of the collision rules run into trouble with that, because as soon as parts are detached, the weight calculation starts to change quite a bit, as we know from trying to load items onto boats and mine carts and so on. And if you don't attach them, then you don't have the whole unit just count as one weighted object, and you have, you know, collisions that happen in midair and other such things. Now, the reason not to let power run out is that if you don't let power run out, then you can just do little hops here and there, like hop, and then refresh, hop and refresh. And you don't need to wait quite so long for the full recharge to take place. This is maybe a bit slow on the ascent, but yeah, a bit slow here. My liking. But I feel like we'll definitely head over there. Anyway, let's wait this one out a little bit. I suspect that whatever's going on with the Lost Woods will require me to see what it's like in the depths, which is why I am curious about going there. Drop off momentarily to collect the pose. Might as well just drag this thing with me. Yeah, a little bit too slow when you want to gain a bit of elevation. It's not great for that. But we can grab more bombs off of the bomb trees. And they told me bombs don't grow on trees. Well. You know, I was about to say that it's too bad that you don't just get to have like little robot mice or something as the devices that you can attach things to, because then you can put a bomb in it and it's literally a bomb tube. But then I realized I haven't played with the homing carts. Maybe a homing cart plus bomb can give you a similar effect. We need to go this way. Only so many buttons in a controller. You feel they really need to make a single button operation. Yeah. I totally understand the design compromise. It's just that I do find it to be one of the most confining things about the design is just sort of understanding the power on-off rule. I totally understand it. Any building puzzle, a very suggestive part sitting nicely by. I mean, I feel like the building puzzles are themselves meant to be tutorials to show you what you can do and give you a chance to experiment. Just to make sure people do engage with the mechanic. So they're not just trying to play the whole overworld in Breath of the Wild style. As they might be tempted to do if that's all they know. This was where we had the obsidian frogs, that's fine, we'll just pass it. We don't know what blood moon cycles are when we're down here and we can't see the moon, so we'll continue heading in that direction and pass by these structures here, pass by the vehicle point. We'll be fine. I'm cheap and I want to keep this vehicle even if it's not the most efficient thing to do. And yeah, now that we're no longer trying to gain elevation, it's a much smoother ride. Much smoother. And if we want, while it's reloading, we can grab like one PO. But using PO locations as recharge points makes a lot of sense in its own way. Don't want to hit the ascension point. I'm going to go up here. That looks like a really prominent structure. Let's just place this. Just a bit. Yeah, maybe we should have taken the horse. But that's okay. We can be slow and flexible. But yeah, in general, I think, you know, they found pretty reasonable compromises when it comes to making these systems relatively simple. The placement itself is already finicky enough in some ways. And yeah, electric base over there, I don't really want to deal with it. An electric base, we prefer the acoustic base. Like the ascension points would be an upright base. That's totally a construct fight. We see that light in the distance. Like a little lighthouse. Construct fight incoming. I need to find more of these statues that allow me to cash these in. So we can get more gear. We haven't seen one of those in a while. Yeah, it's interesting to see just how familiar a lot of the internal logic of this game has become to me, just after sufficient time. Because I'm thinking back to, you know, some clips I took of this game very early on in the experience where I was discovering just how to use a very basic wing or a boat for the first time. You know, just attaching a single fan on it and being so impressed. That feels so far in the past now that we're regularly doing things like recall rescues and things. Excited for the next trip for more battery cells? Yeah, exactly. Maybe by the time I'm out of here, I'll get like 1,000 crystals or something. I don't know. I can definitely at least double my current count with the battery. And it's going to be very freeing, especially because I'm trying to favor constructions where battery rather than durability is the limitation. Because I find, you know, having the durability expiry be so opaque is one of the things in this game that's maybe a little less fun. I can probably just walk and drag it at this point. Yeah, we'll, whoops, run into a stump. Okay, maybe we won't do a walk and drag until we're out of the bloom here. Man, it's totally gonna hit. Yeah, there we go. That's fine. Also, we can do a little bit of mining here. More light roots here, too. We should probably do this light root first, but the other one is pretty easily within view as well, so... At least I thought it was. Let's check over here for a moment, as long as we don't go too far. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Let's go for this light root first and deal with the rest later. Oh. But yeah, I already felt it was just a massive buff already to get our battery up to this point, but doubling the meter beyond that is going to be amazing. What are we facing? This way? Okay. We can take off this tank at this point. Let's do it. But yeah, I was originally hoping that I could cram this game to the finish before July. Because I am about to get much busier and won't be able to stream as often. And I even had to take a week off here or there. But it's also becoming apparent to me with the amount of content in this game that, you know, there may come a point when I just have to say, okay, it's probably not worthwhile to cram it this hard, and we'll just have to accept that it's going to take me much longer. Also, body of water here, that's unexpected. Okay, very interesting. This chasm is a water entry. That means we should mark it because it means it's safe to drop in. I think. Let's take a look here. Should be. Because you can at least aim your skydive to throw things off a little bit. It looks like that is the case. This is just a set of trees over here. This looks like it might potentially be a Yiga base. Let's find out. Probably don't want a water landing with this craft simply because I don't know if I'll be able to fish it out, but let's just maybe go up to this tree in the center here and just scout. Yeah, that's totally a Yiga base. hole in the center there that is a valid attachment point. What even is that? Oh, it's a turret. Well, that's okay, because I'm going to switch to the Yiga suits. And as before, we're going to do some kind of eyeball snipe. If I can make it all the way over, we can even land right beside the turret almost, since this guy's circling around anyway. He's circling pretty close, eh? I guess we should attempt a central section because the treasure chest will be located there, and then you got a base over there. Yeah, we'll do it that way, but let's aim this and let's see how much power we have. Because we can really kind of fall in like this. If we can make it all the way over, we will. Oh, this guy's not fooled. Okay. I am in full costume, right? I should be. Yeah, I don't have a good estimate sometimes of the range visually, but I have poor depth perception in 3D games to begin with. Even the faintest light stands out in this darkness. Just look at a deep firefly. Still, the lights you've been seeing lately have been strange. They seem ethereal and they disappear when I get close. Different species of firefly. I wonder if that's a rumor spread by collectors who want to chase off competition. So basically we need to ask Beetle about this, right? This is interesting because I suspect that whatever this is will be some kind of material for the tier 4 upgrade. If it's not something I know about already. That is called strange. Anyway, we're going to snipe this. Nobody's going to notice a thing. Yeah, committing to finishing the Yiga costume before coming back down in Adepts has looked like a very, very good decision. A fishing trawler, why would we want that? I want to see what it's going to look like, even if we don't build it yet. A fishing trawler. No, don't rip the parts. Please, don't rip the parts. I guess we need to... Yeah, I stood too close to my existing vehicle. I didn't know it would do that. Oh, I see. So basically you can use it for cargo. Then there's a... Oh, I see how it works. There's a shock weapon at the back of it. So you drive this thing around. The elevation is going to sink the shock weapon a little below you, so you drive it around and basically kills all the fish as you're driving. Like, it kills the fish for you. And then you can just stop and pick everything up. Very interesting. Very interesting. Would never have come up with that myself. That is actually really neat. We are going to need more fish at some point for gear, so we'll actually try it in the overworld at some point. And it's something that's very easily buildable with overworld parts, so... Is this off-center? It's totally off-center. Or rather, I need it to be a little further along. There we go. That is a very nice device. No complaints about that one. What an interesting idea. That fishing trawler has been beefed up by the YouTube engineers for some spectacular results, yeah. We'll have to see that eventually. Not today, though. Okay, so this is going to be a wall. So we're going to follow this route. And yeah, so if you're diving down from the chasm above, I can't quite see where it is, but ideally you're able to skydive and manipulate your position enough to land in the water and continue from there. It's something we'll absolutely consider at some point as we continue to explore. Next light route seems like it's some ways off. Unless I'm missing one, of course. We'll go for it. Also, here's Hyrule Castle. If the Hyrule Castle one is accessible, obviously that changes things, but I doubt it will be, just given its structure. And just given how this game works in general. Same with these ones over here. I feel like these are not going to be accessible. However, oh, there's a bridge here, I see, but I wonder how accessible this one is going to be. Depending on whether the bridges are reflected as part of the terrain. But it is an island, right? So it looks like this one might be a tricky one. Maybe it's going to be accessible as part of the same chasm drop as everything else from the castle, but we'll keep an eye out for it. But this is likely to be the next destination. And yeah, we'll be able to get out of the water pretty easily, I think. So let's do it. Okay, no collision with that rope, thankfully. And look, fireflies galore. I'm gonna scare all of them away. Luckily we do have enough for tier 3 upgrades at this point. We have over 30. And we'll continue following this way. Let's put the mining suit back on. Oh. More frogs, let's take it. Look at that. Multiple hits. Whoops. Can't always hit the one I want, but... There we go. And grab some fireflies while we're here and some bombs. If we can. Oh, muddle buds, rather. Those are good too. Those are very good. And we'll continue going this way. Yeah, I feel like Hyrule Castle is going to be relevant much later. I don't know if it's going to be something like the final location again. We also know that we were missing, or rather forgot about a side quest that I could have accomplished here, but we'll take care of it when we're back upstairs. In the meantime, let's continue. Yeah, too bad the height gain is so terrible on this, but it's okay, you can't have it both ways. You're going to deliberately weigh things down. What are we doing on weapons? We're okay. I think we're facing this way. Oh yeah, because we need to get back up to the left. If we can get enough height to do this. Oh, not quite. Whoa, there we go. Yeah, well. Get up here and scout. Yeah, I see a Poe up there. That at least gives me sense of terrain. That might just be a branch, though. And this is in that direction that we want to head. Okay. More Poes, we'll take them. Stop and drop. Maybe the strange lights to which the Yuga notebook was referring is just a pose, but I'm not going to depend on that assumption. So maybe this is accessible. In which case, this would be a light route right here. We should maybe check it. I'd have to ascend quite a bit here. Pretty high Poe count. Well, we haven't had a shopping point for those in quite a while, right? So if we're sending out of this, we should actually peel off the balloon. Let's finally remove it. Because if this is connected by land, we will, in fact, have a light route here. Like right here. Yeah, let's try it without the balloon. Let's do it. What it cost me to do this is one balloon. Right on up. Maybe not. It was momentarily promising. Oh no, I guess it takes you just up to this lip. And then you hit the wall. As expected. Okay, now we'll turn around. Maybe we can still be within range of the balloon. Although I need to drop out of here now, and it might not be great. Wait a minute, why don't I just recall this? Oh, except it's not going to go that far. At this point. Okay, that's not going to go very far. Nope, hang on. Don't do that. Yeah, let's just drop out with it. Step by step. I said step by step. Okay. Is my balloon still here? At least the balloon's still here. Alright, I guess we're going to eat some food. just gonna happen sometimes. Yeah, no, I should have known better. Looking at the map, but that momentarily looked promising, so we checked it. Now we know. Anyway, before somebody throws a rock at me and kills me with that, let's heat up. What is the Hardy Elixir recipe? Oh, Hardy Lizard. Those are expensive. But effective. Yeah, you got the Hardy skewer over here. Yeah, we'll just take it. Yeah, we'll continue this way. I have to watch out for all the water features over here, but we'll just traverse. Yeah, having the giant bright bloom seed attached to this was a very significant optimization. And I think a very rewarding one, it turns out. What's at this vehicle point? We'll just check it since we're taking a break. It is balloons, which is good. Balloon basket, which is also good. Honestly, we might even replace the existing parts on this then. Just to remove the zonite parts in case they cause problems. The idea is that we just shake off these bits. There we go. The only thing is that we need to replace the bright bloom seed, but I actually really don't care. There's even a steering stick in this location, which is nice. Anyway. Auto build, let's do it. So everything's a bit more adaptable. We'll put another seed on it. As long as we can jump on afterwards. Where's my giant seed? Whoop. Come on, let me grab the stick, please. Alright. That's okay, we'll just let her run out of battery, probably. Okay. Yeah, that's why it was so dark earlier when we came back down. Giant bright bloom seed. Regardless whether you've mapped an area or not, this makes such a massive impact. But yeah, I think replacing the parts there was probably for the better. It does remove one potential liability. Did we have a weapon we wanted to use on that boulder? Or am I mistaken? Yeah, rock hammer we can put with boulder. In fact, we can do that after a bit of mining. To expend some of what we have. Yeah, high durability plus boulder is going to be nice. Still facing the right way, roughly. Do we attach the seed to... Oh, we totally attach the seed to my fan, which is actually kind of neat. It does allow me to See what's going on below. Okay, let's gently land over here. In the gloom. That could have been worse. That's why we held onto the stick. Yeah, we can still continue from here just fine. And look at that. Waits again right away. Swing around over here just a little bit. We can get a nice soft landing we can without too many issues with this sliding around. And whenever we're waiting for some battery to recharge, we can always just portage it forward a little bit. Yeah, it looks kind of odd now with the bright bloom on the fan. That wasn't expected. But it gives it a nice, eerie little glow. No complaints about that. But we can unveil more of this area and hopefully unravel some of the Lost Woods mystery in this game. That would be ideal. Because going up into the sky above the Lost Woods did not do the trick. No. Let's reorient this slightly. I should be able to see it soon, but maybe it's a drop off from where we are currently. Looks like it will be, in fact. Okay, we'll take this forward. We'll have a PO location over there. Everything will be fine. Haven't encountered much of note in a while, actually. I guess we've just been going around whatever has been lurking in this zone. Okay, we're full up on weapons. But we should be right around a corner from the light route itself. So, well, let's not trip all over the place. However, we should be really, really close. Oh look, more horses. That's great. Let's mark up a star because horses are wonderful. We'd take them further from here, except of course that yeah, there's this beautiful bright bloom light on my vehicle right now, and it seems worth keeping. That's the mining camp. Down below. There's the light route. Yeah, having the gentle drops on this thing make it very worthwhile. Not so much of an issue if you're playing with the paraglider, I suppose, because you can be a bit more reckless about your vehicles. But that's not how we're playing, so. Oh, also bomb tree, yeah, sure. Let's stock up. How am I even doing on those 34? Still much lower than it used to be, but we'll get it back up to a respectable number. Well, I think we peaked at about 70 something for bombs before I started expending them too heavily on Frox fights and Talus fights. Onto such delights. Okay, let's not go off the cliff here. Right around the corner. We'll light the place up. Then after that, the natural thing to do is to try to wrap around to the Lost Woods location if we can. But we might light it up further, depending on how the mapping is going to go. Also, some places to light up around the edges as well, in case that helps. I don't know if it will. So, we've got a pretty clear agenda for what we're trying to do. At this point, we should just be able to power all the way up to the light route. No issues. I hope. There we go. Nice landing. Yeah, James D, that's what I've been saying, is that I'm aware that there are rumors of 2D Mario. I'm very excited to see what form it will take, if so. I try not to put too much stock in rumors, but usually, you know, when it's this close to the event, from apparently a leaker or insider who has previously gotten things right this close to events, I think the record was based on Everybody's 1-2 Switch and Sonic Superstars, from what I heard. It'll be interesting. It'll be our first post-maker look at what is going on with mainline 2D Mario, in fact, if so. And 2D Mario has always been, you know, my core event in video games. It'd be absolutely crazy if we get Prime 4 as well. Everybody kind of has their core Nintendo series, and mine are definitely, you know, Mario, Zelda, Fire Emblem, Metroid in some configuration, and so, you know, this has been a pretty interesting year, all things considered, when it comes to things just ticking those boxes. It's not going to be Maker 3. Prime 4 would be nice. I think it's very much a make-or-break moment at this point. Okay, we're definitely missing something in here. I mean, we know we were missing this one, and this one. And whatever's in the Lost Woods up here. We should go up here to reveal the next one before we turn back around then. But here's the Woods Chasm. Look at that. What is this? It's a lava fountain. So we're going to get into a hot zone here, potentially. We need to be aware of that in case we need to change out weapons and equipment. Didn't expect a hot zone here. But if it is, we need to adjust. In fact, so we don't get toasted, I better adjust preemptively. Yeah, it's hot zone. Okay. This weapon's okay. Shield's okay. Bow is not okay. Armor. We wanted to maintain a glow. 1 point of flame guard is not good enough. 2 points of flame guard. We need 2 points. Luckily the vehicle itself is fine. Oh, except here's a problem. Does hot air raise the balloon? I think it might. We have to find out. It actually doesn't seem to. Not here anyway. I just kind of wondered about that, like whether taking a balloon into a Goron zone would just raise it. Also, this looks even more bottomless than a usual bottomless pit. Let's not go there. Navigational error, that's not good. But we did seed a light route there. We should still be able to go for it. The problem is you got a big drop there, possibly one that requires some accuracy. And I'd have to ascend back out of it afterwards. I feel like maybe that is actually an incentive to try to do the Lost Woods first. Then let's not go there yet. Because at least I know I can survive it, but I feel like we should maintain elevation for now. Until we have a better idea of what's going on. So we're going to go right up here, and we're going to try to enter the Lost Woods if we can. Or whatever's under the Lost Woods. We'll have an elevation loss either way, but let's try to take things by a more gentle gradient. Yeah. The thing is, first half of this year, 2023, is already, as I've been saying, the most overloaded first half of a year in video games that I can remember. I've never had one this busy. Like, I actually went over my records to see if that's true, and it is true. Oh, let's not let these guys slam my vehicle. Let's move it out of the way, and then we'll fight them. Okay. Let's grab some fire. Red shoe or fire fruit? Fire fruit's fine. Oops. Toast him. Oh, toast you too. Whoa, that's a big hit, actually. Oh, because we're not wearing my best clothes anymore. Oh no, I don't want to throw the weapon, I want to throw the item. Okay. That was a waste of durability on that thing, then. Yeah, confirm that you actually hold the item. That's okay, this is not one of my better boulder hammers, so I'm not too concerned. We should actually switch back into good gear, not I. I mean, I guess currently I'm on 28 armor. It was actually better than what I had before. 24, but that's okay. As long as we're not in a fire zone. Sturdy thick sticks are always good too. What do you guys do to chopping? Oh, loot fell down over there. It's okay. Just one piece of zone. I don't care about it. It's just one piece of zone it per tree. We really do not care. Okay. However, we do need to descend through this grove around here. If we can. Let's do it. I feel like this is a very prominent location. Oh. Oh, whoa. That was unexpected. Just having these guys get uprooted from... Oh, come on. Stop that. Alright, fine. Get over here so we don't hit my vehicle. Let's just move this slightly. We can actually get in there and... Okay, you guys poke that. A whole bunch of loot was just rolling away, that's okay. At this point I don't know how much care about that, we'll just toast it. Okay, didn't lose any parts on this, at least. Yeah, this was definitely a chest location. It's too prominent to be anything else. Basically, named locations in Adepts look like they always have chests. Hey, look at that, Skyward set. Okay. Well, now that we have that, we can probably safely continue. As long as we don't have any more trees just rising up from under me all of a sudden. We'll stay away from the fire zone. We'll try to get a safe landing. This looks like the entry point into the woods. Okay, that could have been worse, but we made it. Yeah, we can kind of see... No, this is not it yet. We're not even close to it yet. This is a chasm. Okay, so we need to go around this structure. We shouldn't have come in here yet. Well, why don't we wait for power and we'll actually recall this thing. And we'll take it out from there. If I can stay on it, that is. Whoop, no. Hang on, where's my vehicle? Oh, no, and it's starting to blow apart a bit. Or, okay. Fine, we'll get it. This is still intact. Miraculously. Despite the punishment it's taken. Oh, come on. Not right now. This is not a good time. Fine, we'll toast you too. Basically trading fire fruit for zonite. Yeah, a bit of a slash. Basically need Riju to use a slashing weapon against her. Okay. Alright, now let's just go up. Quite a ways up, past the chasm landing point, and then to the left. This looks significant. Now we're seeing some artificial structures. Okay, there we go. Name location? Not yet, it isn't. I don't wonder if bright bloom seeds even survive in the fire zone or if they just get toasted. We'll find that out eventually, I'm sure. Actually, no, we know they don't get toasted because I've flown in there already. And that survived. And also because we've been in caverns in the fire zone that do perfectly fine. Whoa, I was just trying to stop some pose there. That was not ideal, but... Oh, whatever. I don't want to get out of range. Hang on. Just follow this passage for the time being. There is a light route. It's pretty close by. At least from what I can see. And that will give me some illumination in the woods. So we're going to stay around this location. Let's get around a tree just so we don't have to deal with it. Yeah, we do see some light roots. Plenty of them, in fact. Maybe corresponds roughly to the density of the shrines that we saw in Breath of the Wild around the Lost Woods, where you would just shrine challenges on the four corners. Vehicle point over here, that's quite nice. Assuming these trees don't all wake up on me, let's scout ahead a bit. Yeah, we can figure this out, see what the root system is like under the Great Deku tree as well. And potentially, we can actually look at this location without being kicked out everywhere. Like we do in the overworld. I feel like that's an ascension point that takes you into the Lost Woods from below. In fact, it would be worth it to... Oh. Okay, let's remember what our plan of action is here. First of all, remain calm. Secondly, gloom resist. Third, full panic. Let's gain some elevation. Okay, that works too. How did it even happen? Yeah, having them get toasted is good, I think. I don't know exactly what it is that triggers their disappearance, that's the thing. But it can't get me up in this rock. At least I don't think they can. Yes, they can. But fire does help. Whoa. Just getting away from my vehicle. No. Not that we can do anything with the updraft, of course. Oh. Struggle, struggle, struggle. Having a bit of armor actually does assist here. Oop. Dark clumps, please. Phantom Ganon. That's not what I expected. Phantom Ganon, since when? Okay. Alright. Let's think about this. I mean, I probably just need to deflect against him at some point, right? Marshard's shield is badly damaged, and then he's gonna drop gloom everywhere. Let's think, let's think. Okay, we're going to go bows. Okay, I don't think he's going to take that much punishment. Maybe we need to do the whole ball deflection thing that we need to do sometimes with Phantom Ganon in other games, but let's try a couple of different elements just to see. Yeah, but having bow shots here. Whoa, okay. Not quite. What am I holding? Well, let's hold a proper weapon here, Flux Pounder. Nope. Not. Okay. He should be okay. He's not that difficult. Like, we're overpowered for a fight, so luckily. Oh. Fighting on rock has been one of the better decisions here. We are, however, down on bows. I'm down to my big fat bows that I'm reluctant to use. So let's just smack him at this point. Yeah, gloom damage doesn't even matter that much. We can just smack him. Oh, whoops. Ran out of charge on this. Boulder hammer. Okay. Luckily we have friends. Demon King's Bow. The higher your maximum number of hearts, the more its attack power increases, up to 30 currently. That's very unique. Gloom Sword. Its gloom will gradually wear down the body of the wielder. Well, then let's not hold it. We'll put it in a museum when we build a museum. We'll need to go to Tarry Town eventually anyway, and we're not too far from it. We'll put something nice on it. Okay. So yeah, that was unexpected. Might have to deal with him again, actually, so let's mark this. Get some unique armaments out of that, at least. Anyway, it looks like we will have an ascension point out of the woods. And instead of scouting further, I think we should actually take it, because it might unlock the Lost Woods in the overworld, and that will be significant. That'll give me access to multiple shrines, in fact, as we can see here. And so let's map out this area as much as we can. What's the available shrines? But from that point, get out of here. Lots of pose too, so many pose. I'm going to stop at every pond for these. Yeah, given the drop point here, if you attempt to enter the woods from the chasm that is right outside the Lost Woods, it's clearly meant that Phantom Ganon is kind of like a mini boss gate getting into this location. So. Very nice. That's something significant I just did not expect. I guess it was a Phantom Ganon fight that ultimately didn't have the tennis segment either that we usually associate with him. kind of wonder what that does to hands, in fact. Probably not much. Not enough to be worth standing around and letting them grab you, so... Wait until we eventually have like a photography minigame in this, or... Oh. We have to, you know, actually photograph the hands. Or for that matter, Phantom Ganon. What did the Demon King's bow do again? Oh yeah, that's right. Higher maximum hearts. So notice that it's worn down to 28 because the gloom has taken this down slightly. Until we get more of those, I kind of want to keep those in the museum, though. We already have the bow room for the museum. We'll need to build the shield room and sword room next time we're in the area. But we're finally picking up unique weapons of a rarity that would make that worthwhile. Which was not previously the case. Anyway, finally in the woods. I feel like with the density of the shrines here, they should not be difficult to spot in the overworld, but we'll mark them anyway. Yeah, very significant progress today. So yeah, maximum hearts have been increased. Now we're up to 40 on Demon Bow. Because we're at 20 hearts. So yeah, it is 2 times your current maximum. And we'll mark the woods locations accordingly. We're just going to fill out as much as we can here, since we're here. We'll map this place out a bit. I was sure I saw some additional air routes, but... This is a bit of a tricky location, this petrified forest. I wonder what there is to loot. But... yeah, we'll check around. I was sure I saw more light routes. We have... an enemy camp there. I don't really want to deal with it just yet, but... especially because we have no bows, but then we can fight them to loot bows. Yeah, let's actually just move towards the center first. We can light things up and see what we're dealing with around the ascension point. Which will be very prominently available, as you can see. Maybe the center point here is right under the Deku tree. Might even just be... yeah, I mean, this is the roots of the Deku tree. This happens to have a big ascension block tied up in it. We're not going to ascend through it yet until we've mapped out the zone. But we will map out the zone. Oops. Oh, let's face the other way, perhaps, so we're not thrown off by my camera. some trees of greatness thrust upon them. Anyway, pretty clear ascension location. We should mark it anyway, even though it is a very obvious one. We're unlikely to forget. So if we end up in a Korok forest without having met Hestu, I wonder if I can still get my inventory unlocks. I actually don't remember how it worked in Breath of the Wild view. Did that. Although I don't even remember if I hit the Lost Woods before Hestu in Breath of the Wild. It's entirely possible that I did. Yeah, James D, you have a good night. Good progress today. And James D, if you are watching Direct tomorrow, do enjoy. I'm sure there will be lots to talk about afterwards. Regardless of what happens. Yeah, this is the Deku Tree, for sure. 100%. Let's keep mapping. And there will be a shrine right beside it, which will be obvious. Let's go for the next route. Yeah, pretty satisfied with this balloon construction overall, despite some awkwardness here and there, like I was saying. Great Hyrule Forest depths. We'll map out the zone. I'm sure all the shrines once again will be very visible, but we shall see. Yeah, unlock the southern boundary there. We'll go around until we've basically mapped out the whole place if we can. And I think we can. Yeah, Phantom Ganon was the entry point here. We'll just continue circling around. Yeah, light route over there. We'll just go straight for it. We'll go for whatever we see. Move this out slightly so we can actually drive. Yeah, should be no problem from here. Nice soft landing. We should actually check some of these trees, perhaps, but I doubt that's anything. Might potentially be able to see other route locations, but no. Not yet, we don't. Oh, also, I guess we'll drop our bombs whenever we can. Let's see how much this maps out, and we'll continue from there. So yeah, likely we'll get out of the depths this session and up into the Lost Woods. We'll worry about the fire zone some other time, although if that's the approach to Death Mountain, then we have an alternative for entering the Fire Temple. That should work out fairly well. This will be basically a major objective complete. Look at the top left there. That looks like it's potential boss location, even. We'll see what that is. Yeah, so this is mapped out now. This is not quite, but it might be covered by a shrine that is over here, for instance. That one. We should definitely check this platform. This is just a construction point. This I don't know if it's anything. Previously when we were finding things like the Bargainer statues, they were in pretty obvious locations. We'll see what it is. I expect some kind of boss fight, to be honest. But more fun for us if that's the case. Look at all these really obvious Yiga bananas. They're totally Yiga bananas, right? They've gotta be. Let's put on a Yiga suit just to be careful here. It's a banana trail. Of course it's a Yiga clan. It can't be anything else. Let's just follow the banana trail. Yeah, maybe that little structure that we saw earlier, that must be related somehow. Oh no, let's not fight Los Alpos yet. Just don't want to deal with it yet. But yeah, it looks like the Yiga trail probably just leads to where I wanted to go here in the first place. Unless it's to another encampment behind, which could be the case. Yep. Forest Coliseum. Let's see who's there before we attempt it. We can see by looking at the signs. So it's not like a massive Lionel Fest or something. Given that these are empty, I bet it's mostly Yiga clan. The bananas strongly hint at that being the case. And it's probably activated by taking this banana in the center. We should gobble up the other bananas. Oh, look. This is a guy. Oh, these are easy. The question is, who else comes out? There's probably a lot of Yika clan, to be honest. Just the layout here. I bet we could do it. I'm a little low on bows, that's the only thing. I don't particularly want to use the best ones. Yeah, not going to use the Demon King's bow on this, of course not. I'm going to keep it in pristine condition. Anyway, we'll see if this activates. It probably does activate the fight, and then we'll just do it from there. Yeah, Colosseum is open up top. Let's see how we're doing for weapons. A little bit weak. Again, I don't want to use the Bloom Sword. We can start with Talus. And we've got these massive weapons for burning things down afterwards that we really want. Yeah. We've got you now. You must be Link. But I'm wearing your clothes. Master Kogod. As usual. That's no problem. Do we need to fight a whole bunch of Yiga alongside him? That's the thing. Also, oh, he's got bombs. That's okay. We'll get in here and we'll go for the legs. And we'll go for some proper armor too, since we're already in the fight. And we'll maybe even eat up a little bit of attack food. I don't know how much of a Colosseum this will be. Can't just be one fight, right? That'd be really much too easy. Yeah, let's go 4 minutes with the bananas. And we're actually going lower on a shock fruit, much lower than with chew jelly. Basically. Anyway. Absolutely no issues here. We'll just keep shocking them. Oops. Oh. It's losing its effectiveness, perhaps? No, it's not. Are you gonna be able to do it with the stone talus hammer by itself? Maybe. Oh, not quite. Don't tell me it's just this guy. That'll be total pushover. Oh, that broke. Smash him with this thing instead. Okay, there we go. Wonder if this could give me a full 100. They usually do. Korok mask, very nice. Used this a lot when it was patched in. Used this all the time when it was patched in fact. Because it was a bit of a latecomer in Breath of the Wild. Anyway, the Yucca clan is just going to disappear on me here. My balloon's going to graciously teleport here, since that was just a bit of an issue, I guess, but let's check up here. Anything going on? Nope. Not at all. We might want to check on top of the Colosseum at some point, but we'll see if there's anything else to look at. If not, we'll just get out of here. Very nice. We have the Korok mask. I mean, we're already finding Koroks like crazy, but now we'll really be in business. Might actually actively disincentivize me from upgrading more headgear at this point. This looks like it's just within range of the next shrine. I don't know if there will be anything up here. We can check, but I kind of doubt it. But if we basically scan this area, let's just head back over to the main tree. Only thing is that we haven't seen a Zonite Forge recently. It's actually kind of too bad, because it'd be nice to cash in for more crystals before we head back up with our current stash, since we're at, what is it? 600 and something? And that's still going to be helpful for battery, but it would have been nice to just round out a number a bit with additional purchases. However, we can probably do that if we get back up to the Great Sky Island. For the battery charge anyway, I think we can probably buy enough crystals to fill in the remaining 15 and do 7 instead of 6. I was hoping to stash even more than that, but, you know, let's not be too greedy. Okay. What else do we want to see? This, yeah, this was a mining camp. You can fight some camps, but I think at this point I'm eager to just get to the Korok Grove and get out of here. Or at least see what's up with arriving in the Lost Woods from below. See what the Deku Tree's problem is. Whether that gives me the overworld entrance to get in and out. It says it's the Korok Grove. I wonder... I mean, I doubt there are any Koroks in the depths, but... might as well test this. Nope, didn't think so. Oh, we'll wear it anyway. I think it was with DLC 1 or so that Korok Mask was patched into the previous game, but hardly ever left my face after that, since at that point the main thing we were doing was just exploring the world and picking up more Koroks. And then maybe we'll have a more realistic picture of what the actual Korok density in the overworld is, because they did seem relatively sparse so far, and we might just be missing a couple of puzzle types entirely. We'll probably just walk it from here since we're going to ditch the vehicle when we ascend anyway, so. But let's weave our way back. Just in case we see something interesting en route. And gloom's not an issue. We're going to be back in the light in no time. Yeah, this vehicle served me well. I mean, ever since we came here from the previous ascension test. Actually, no, this ascension test. This was the one we tried. We've stuck with the same vehicle ever since. And it's taken me all the way here, and that's, you know, with one little parts replacement along the way. So, I'm very happy with this build when it comes to its longevity. We should see what's below the tree. Anything here? Anything notable? Not really. I bet this wakes up. Nope, it doesn't. We do have some zonite, though. We'll break this. Swap over to the next mining weapon. Yeah, going from 0 zonite up to 500 something, that'll last me for a good long while in the overworld too, I'm sure. At this point we don't really need the vehicle, but it's become one of the longest lived vehicles we've had in this entire game, so I want to give it a proper send-off, perhaps. By proper send-off, I mean demonstrating how well we fought with it one last time before we ride it out to the exit point that we could just as easily climb faster. So yeah, we'll go up to the Croc Forest that we have immediate access to, about 4 shrines or so, and given that in particular circumstance, maybe it makes sense to do the shrines to see what we're looking up there and unlock an entire heart's worth of upgrades along the way. We don't know anything about the Croc Forest in this game, so I think that'll be fun regardless. And next time we want to come down to the depths. We've done about 1/3 of the map. Now we know there's a point to descend down here that'll allow us to clear out this side pretty easily. We've looked at this entire area, which means that we've mapped out the shrines in this region before I've gotten to them, which is nice. And possibly there are more. And then there's the Death Mountain region over here where, you know, we'll probably attempt to enter this way when we head over to Death Mountain, which is going to be over here. Yeah, because this is actually right along the Death Mountain descent, so it's actually very close to the Fire Temple. We could even try the Fire Temple now if we wanted. But I do want to unlock the Lost Woods first, so... But, yeah, if we descend down here, we have a very clear path over to the Fire Temple through the same route that we've taken before. Possibly even a closer entry point. We can find one. But yeah, everything in the depths, apart from the islands, I think is kind of reachable by land if you search hard enough. Because there are points where you can eventually get around the rivers. They just tend to be very constricted. Like they were here. I'm just amazed that they built all this within the constraints of the map in the original game. It's just absolutely brilliant how this happened. That the terrain constraints in the original map ended up doing so much to motivate the level design here. And the overall flow of the map. I just find it extremely special. Anyway. We got the Korok mask on. We're going to wear it and pay respect to the Deku Tree. So, farewell for now, vehicle. You did so well. You were very good to us. And we will build you again. Someday. Let's get out of here. And get kicked out of the Lost Woods immediately by the fog. No, it's going to unlock. But we'll see exactly what's going on. Shrine right here. Ooh. Misty. Where's the tree? We're in the root system. Oh, there's the Deku Tree. He looks a bit sickly. There are the Koroks as well. Looks kind of sad in here, to be honest. We'll get the cutscene immediately. Deku Tree. Well, here we are at long last. No Master Sword here. I mean, we broke the thing. I can't be very happy with that. Do we want to do some shrines first before we talk to the guy? Let's at least activate this point. See what's going on in here first. Yeah, we'll play in the Korok Forest for a bit and probably log out somewhere here later in the stream after we've seen what's going on. Swing to hit. Oh, interesting. Okay. Why don't we just attach the thing then? Oh, here's where we swing to hit. We'd need to attach the block first. Rather obvious, in fact. Now let's grab the existing block so we can take it into the next room in case it's useful. It looks like we need to send this thing over, but But before we've had our way with walking over here, which I bet we could do. Is the weight of the block would solve quite a few issues. Once, of course, we give ourselves the ability to climb, which we can do pretty easily. If we just recall ourselves over, in fact. Indeed, if we use this first and prop ourselves up. Let's actually extend these platforms a bit just to make our lives easier here. You can always get more. We actually have room to loot things from chests now, unless they're shields, of course, and watch, it's going to turn out to be a shield. And yeah, this will basically rest here just fine. Yeah, good. Let's not fall off. We're going to fall off. No, we're not. Yay. There we go. And I basically use this as a weight to swing this other object. Park the log in front of it. So we'll probably be fine. I think it'll stay. We'll probably just do this with a single block. And we project it. Easy. Alright, let's try number 100. I get a feeling that this game is on pace to give me a lot more than 120. Especially with a 40 heart bank here. Potentially. Well, given that we have 20 in one row instead of 15 like the previous game. And given how much territory we still have to cover. And given all the shrines in the sky as well. There's a lot more going on. Okay, let's not accidentally get kicked out of the forest. That would be a bad idea. Stay in here. There's an additional shrine, or should be. Close by. Oh, what did I... Oh, yeah, no, I meant to mark this. It's such an obvious ascension location, though. I don't think we really need to mark it, but... yeah. That's okay. Not that we'll forget. And then we have the other Shrine cell will be a bit further off. We have an inn and a general store. We can head to immediately. We'll interact with the tree eventually. I just want to see some of this first, and we'll also see what's going on with the Master Sword pedestal. All these fellas here. They don't look too keen on talking to me. Oh, there is a lot of gloom here. I bet you have to dispel some of that before you can do anything. Also, these look attachable. These are just pots. Yeah, general store is clearly not open under these conditions. Oh, that's a chasm. But it's not a water landing down below, is it? So we'd have to be careful here. I mean, we can take damage from a ferry, so it's not too much of an issue, but we might also want to do a vehicle descent. Since we do know what lies below. Anyway, everybody's kind of sad here, so look around. Let's see what this is. Under construction from Mecca. Yeah, we should not wander far before we've activated this. In case the fog takes over. I was hoping to get behind a tree though, because, you know, in the previous game you could get up on a tree and there'd be something up top. On its back. A little bit of a back scratch. Probably just ascend through it this time around, but that's okay. We'll climb, we'll see what's up. I mean, we took out Phantom Ganon already. I wonder if that will be a condition that we had to meet. It was guarding the entry point, but, you know, probably could have been dodgeable if you put your mind to it. But I kind of feel like defeating it was probably a hidden requirement for something. Apples inside the pot, of course. I don't know if there's anything back here. I feel like the Koroks in the area probably don't feel like hiding right now. Oh, no. That's getting into the fog zone. Let's not do that. We get kicked out of the woods, that'd be awful. Have to make it all the way back here. Okay, this looks important. Nobody wants to talk. They all look kind of petrified, actually. Like they just can't dance. A lot of nuts here, at least. A lot of pots. Smash everything. Or some things. Anyway, let's go down to the Deku Tree's face and see what we can do about this. Poor thing's in bad shape. Anyway, let's go back. Yeah, everybody's petrified. I'm sure nobody talks to you. Just staring off into space. Yeah, given the fog zone, we probably can't attempt to get a shrines yet. Oh, we got a pedestal over here. We need to talk to the tree. That's the bottom line. How do we talk to the tree? Right up to it? Yep. Okay, Deku Tree, what's going on? Your stomach is not well, you think? There's gloom directly underneath you. I think we need to dive in and see what's going on. I don't know if I can take a safe fall here. It is a little bit of a gloom pit. Let's light a fire into the pot first and cook, if we can. Then we'll see what's up. Since we have no food stash whatsoever. Wow, down to 5 rows. This is the lowest we've been all game. Anyway, let's get some food going. We need sunderlines for sure. We need some anti-gloom. We need something that'll roughly match in terms of numbers. Yeah, it's 5 and 6. I'm trying to tune this a little bit. 5 and 6 like that. 7 and 6, yeah. Yeah, sometimes you'll heal up a bit. Yeah, that makes sense. We'll do a couple of these. I don't know how I'm doing on palm fruit, though. We've got some. Yeah, we've got a decent amount of meat, in fact. After so much time away. So. Let's do that. We'll do a couple of hearty meals as well. Did I ever try just this? Was an apple. Let's double send line. Let's try that. I'd ideally like to get the numbers to just even out completely, but no, we tried that and it doesn't work as well. Yeah, this might be. Could we do this, but we add an apple, maybe? Maybe that tunes it a little bit. With an additional heart. 6 and 6. Actually, that's perfect. Let's make a bit more of that. Perfect. With the occasional bonus, of course. That also gives you nothing. You get some full recovery dishes going as well. We need more of these, for sure. Okay. Yeah, we'll do that. One more. And then we'll do full heart recovery from here. And then fill in with a couple of other medium dishes. So, what are my truffles? Yeah, previously the sky shrooms. I mean, the sky shrooms are so cheap. I was pretty happy with doing that. We'll need a lot more than that, of course, but... And then... Yeah, this is full recovery plus 4. We can probably go a little cheaper than that and still get away with it. Go to Sky Shroom, see if it also gives you plus 4. Yeah, that's much more effective. Since the Sky Shrooms are otherwise so poor. We'll do a few of these. Much of a bonus? Plus 5. That's okay, I guess. We don't want to spend too many of these. We want to bank one for late game. As late as possible. But we can start getting back into some of these recipes. And get some decent replenishment going. Simmered fruit. So it depends on how many herbs we have. We're doing okay. Actually, so a couple of those. At this point, we actually do need that much healing on a somewhat regular basis, so. It'd be blocked by Wildberry at this point. 11, very nice. Whenever we can roll those. Okay. Actually, no, we're fine on supplies. And we'll stock up. Maybe some of the attack food with bananas as well. Oops. Yeah, we'll keep going. I'll check my food stash in just a moment before we go down. So we'll likely try to do the balloon descent. Let's go into Custom Zonite and some materials, but I think it will be worthwhile. Okay, so we got a couple of full recovery meals. Bunch of glue meals. We need more of these. 9 rows, yeah, we'll do more. These ordinary heart meals are very, very useful, so. Gloom wasn't too much of an issue down below with... Oh. Often we were stocking things up, but... Let's now go for some of the banana meals. Mighty simmered, yeah. Do a couple of these. Very good filler before a fight, so... Before we find out that we need like 100 bananas each for really upgrading the Yiga clan set or something. Then, also, because we did so much cooking, we'll want to make sure we hit some kind of autosave point before we take a dive. But worst case, it spends to ferry. Let's take a look here. Okay, almost 10 rows. That's a lot better than what we were doing before. I feel like we need a little more gloom food. Again. Even if we're not going to spend that much time in the depths. When we do go into depths, sessions tend to be lengthy, so... We'll do maybe 2 or 3 more of these. And Abishai Visor, yes, we are here. Took a nice long balloon flight after a fairly lengthy excursion into depths. Okay, we've got gloom food again. We've got some recovery food again. Could be better. Decent stash of hard food again. Alright, I feel like we're finally ready to get back into action. Now, before we take a dive, let's see if we can trigger an autosave. Saving, good. I don't want to have to redo all the meals. We're in a petrified forest. So, we don't really have room to be doing a balloon basket, I think, but... Whoa. Bit of a low ceiling for that. But it is one of the best ways to descend, so if I can somehow fit it, I would like to. So we can maybe park it. Yeah, I don't want to just jump it, because I don't know what kind of landing it is. So if we can... take out a balloon. Yes, I can. Yes, I can. You need to give me some room. Then, I'm going to use some zonite. I don't think I'll use the flamethrower. We're not going to spend it. Although it is part of my auto build schematic. We're just doing a gentle descent with this. Can I grab this? think I need to build it outside. This is a little big. Do I have room to build anywhere here? Yes. Okay. Yeah, this is going to be a problem. That doesn't actually work. If I can reassemble it over there. I mean, mainly we just needed a basket, but the problem is if I detach, this thing might just disappear on me. Yeah, okay, that disappears on me. Why don't we just ride a balloon down, like in the basket? I can stand in it and recall it. Can I? Yeah, I should get in this thing. Oh, also we should pray. We have enough. 1 heart. So we wasted about 6 donate there. Unfortunately. We should just spend a ferry and take the fall, I think. Well, we might have some issues getting out afterwards. Unless the Deku Tree kindly teleports me up. We might also get to the ascension point. Yeah, because I wanted to construct it here so we could ride it down. It needs something like a platform that will actually fit. I may have to spend a ton of zonite to do it. Or we can just use something like the carts. Or even a hoverstone because it'll be unpowered. But I need something that I can stand on. That is reasonably large. Try it with a cart. Could even try it with a sled. It might be a bit unbalanced. It'll be unbalanced either way because I won't be sitting on a basket. Baskets are always a bit unbalanced too, this thing. But perhaps we can cling on to an object on the side? I don't know. Let me think about it. Yeah, maybe the best way to do it. Yeah, something that I can stand on. The whole thing is just going to pitch pretty low anyway. I could just stand on the balloon itself, to be honest. Maybe that'll break the fall. Like, I can jump on the balloon. Place it here. Yeah, place it here, basically. What do you think about a recall path? Yeah, it'll be in the center. Then you pull it back. Jump on top. And yeah, no, let's do this again. Let's do this again. Give myself a bit more room. Put it in the center. Suck it in here. Jump on top. Okay. Can I actually sit on top of this? Not quite. Water landing, maybe? Or is that too much to hope for? It's too much to hope for. We have a ferry. It's okay, we have a ferry. Getting out of the tree might be a different issue, but we can ascend. Oh, also, we used our last ferry, and I'm really way down on hearts. Let's heal up. And also, let's get some armor on. Fighting these guys without elevation, not going to be pretty. Especially we have another phantom fight. Nope. Okay, let's see what we can do here. Oh, come on. So much gloom here. Come on. Friends, help. Okay. Come on. Zero range on this stuff. Probably just need to whack this. That's okay, we've got gloom food. This kind of scenario is precisely why I just stock a whole bunch of gloom food. Give me something to jump off so I can shoot. We still haven't concocted a more reliable method for this stuff. Okay, finally, friends are activating. Fire was my best bet previously, but because fire does stun lock them somewhat. We basically need to... There's a certain condition we need to fulfill in order for them to start dissipating in them. Still not clear on what that is. I should actually try to go Earthquake against them. Just to get the stun. But then there are too many of them. That to be very practical. Yeah, usually I just try to use terrain to my advantage against this. Here that's not happening. Too much gloom to step on, and you know. Well, I hope burning through all this gloom food isn't going to cause problems. Especially if this turns out to be a phantom fight or something. Which could very well be the case, given how the Lost Whisper guarded in the first place. We gotta go for bomb. Doesn't matter if it's friendly fire, I have to do it. Are they dissipating? They're dissipating. They're not dissipating. Okay, toast them all. Toast them all again. It's gotta be the way. It's making me do this completely. just keep going. Wow. Okay. This game, that's why we cook so much gloom food. All of a sudden. So many. I think maybe something I'm doing is continuing to spawn them. Like we actually need to completely burn them down before they dissipate. They just spread like a hydra. And again, there we go. Right. Okay. How far down are we? Okay, so we can afford to overheal slightly. Slightly. Whatever we should stand the gloom protection. Well, if we're going to loot another Demon King bow off of him, maybe I should just use the Demon King bow. And yeah, we want to burn him down quickly. I think it's time to use the good stuff. Get a bit of a long reach on this. Scourge with a Deku tree, eh? It's okay. He can barely touch me because I'm well armored. Do we want to go for the big weapon? I mean, we'll get another one, so maybe it's not too bad an idea. Just to slap him down a bit. It's okay. We'll be able to burn him down before anything happens. And I don't know if we can loot both the bow and the sword. I would like to, obviously. Anyway, there goes the stomach ache. I hope we can ascend out of this without warping. I hope we can also have a chance to loot this before we get warped out. But maybe it'll open up a passage to the ascension point outside. Nope, we won't get a loot. Or will we? Surely you wouldn't rob me with a chance. Thank you so much, Mr. Hero. Yeah. Let me loot, let me loot. Okay. Gloom Sword, Demon King's Bow, good. We'll stay off the Gloom Sword before more bad things happen. And I guess you can ascend out of this stuff. Possibly. Or just balloon your way back up. I can balloon my way back up. It's not a big deal. I think I can probably make the ascent. Let's check this though. So we don't get into durability issues, since the balloon's going to cost me about 9. Yeah, no, we can probably still do it. Where the balloon I rode down is available? It's not. Problem with the balloon is that it's going to hit the ceiling before we get to climb out, but that's okay. We can climb the rest of the way on the wall and jump out. We can also just build my usual ascender vehicle, like the quad rotor. That's a bit more expensive. It's about twice as expensive. Might be worth it though. Just to save us some trouble. No, I think balloon could probably make it. Then we can climb the rest of the way. Let's stand over here. Hope that actually hits the target. That's why we ride the basket, so we don't spill out until we actually want to. This was actually at a reasonably accurate positioning. We got it. At some point, though, I'll have to hit the wall. And by at some point, I mean maybe right about now. Might potentially hit expiry anyway, so let's just do small charges. No point using a large charge, I think it's going to hit expiry problems. I can't find anything. I just found it in a previous sort, but let's try to find something sensible. I type. Yeah. Okay, just until I can see what my position is here. Yeah, because we can spill the balloon out a little bit. I mean, I wanted to get up and hit the ceiling. We're actually still pretty far. I should have used a large charge. Let's use one. I'm actually excessively centered. I feel like we'll have some trouble. At least we're back in the light. Yeah, because without the glider, we may have some issues here. Unless there's something I can do. Maybe spill out of the basket. Dive out. Wow. Good. Perfect timing. We'll just climb the rest of the way. The joy of no fast travel. That was a reasonably good jump, actually. I hardly ever have one that ends with walkling that successful. Anyway, we're not going to boost up, obviously. We're going to climb slow way just to make sure this actually goes ahead as planned. Alright. Then, yeah, again, we'll keep one each of the Phantom Ganon swords for the museum. We'll see if it's possible to do an inventory upgrade here, or if I need to find Hestu in the world first. Oh, look at that. The terrain just kind of blinking in there as it loads. That's unusual. But with the kind of draw distances we're working with, I suppose that's just a level of detail effect. So we get within range. Now the thing is, I know I can do this because we have plenty of stamina food in case I'm off by a few steps. The balloon still got me a decent ways before expiry happened. Which is probably why we should build the quad rotor to begin with, although as you can see the passage narrows quite a bit as you get up top. We're just barely going to make it. Just barely going to make it. You got mushrooms, yes you do. That was so perfectly spaced for me to come up here with the exact thing I did. That was actually rather remarkable. The Spore Store. What is this place? This big hole opened up right where the Spore Store used to be, yep. Okay, it is a bit cramped. Also, Blood Moon. Suppose we should do some cooking while we can, given how much gloom food I just whipped through. It's only really gloom food though. We were actually fine otherwise. We used like one radish, but not one radish, one truffle. You know what I mean. Okay. Let's get some Sunderline and cook a bit. Where's my Sunderline? Yeah, we just need a few more of those. Hopefully we don't need Sunderline for gear anytime soon because we've suddenly blown through our whole stash. Can't find anything. Let's... the most used. Yeah, the 6 and 6 were squall. Maybe 9 and 6, which... well, situational. If it works, it works. We'll do as much Blood Moon cooking as we can fit in. Do a couple of standard meals too, because these bonuses actually don't help too much if you're capped by gloom. And it's do some of the usual meals. If I can find them, which isn't necessarily the case. Let's try to get all the bonus meals we can. Blood Moon's about to hit. Let's squeeze in one more. Maybe one more. Right down to the wire. bonuses off absolutely everything. This Blood Moon cooking session we've had in some time. Yeah, it does what gives you the 9-minute buff. I don't know if we'll ever actually need that, but toss everything on. Sometimes it gives you health instead of a timer. I think health is actually preferred. Okay, how are we doing? 11 rows. Do one more of these. We can do it. Just cram in everything we can. Okay, it's probably good.
When the glow of the blood-stained moon shines upon the land.
Anyway. Iron shroom, rush room. We actually want lots of rush rooms, I think, because we'll need them for potentially snow boots upgrade. Just take everything for the time being. Worry about it later. General shop. Yes, actually, we want to take all the ingredients we can, so let's talk. What do you sell? Everything's good. Okay. A decent amount of amber. Let's start with that. Let's buy up everything we can. Not much. But we're always short on these ingredients, so... Also, yeah, we're actually good on arrows. For once in our lives. Well, we don't know that we're in the case, so we'll take advantage of the fact that we can shop around here. And bright caps. We're good on bright caps. And you were able to make it back. Have I seen Oki? I don't even know who Oki is. Maybe he's hiding in a mouth? Oh yeah, I know. We've been up there. This guy I kind of remember. Yeah, you know who I am. A bunch of his cards started acting funny, just standing still. Yeah, the Beshedvas are actually... didn't know how the Blood Moon timing interacted with the depths, to be honest. In terms of when enemies was restored in the depths either. Because, you know, you never see the Blood Moon down there because you're underground, right? So, but the clock still runs. But I guess it's like when you get into a shrine and back out or something. Like how we hit Blood Moon very quickly when we descended from the Great Sky Island, simply because we'd spent hours and hours there. This guy didn't quite fight as well as he remembered. Anyway. Red Deku Tree? Yeah, of course we've met. Climb the root behind you, yeah. All the lights in the forest? Yep, we know about the other shrines. I'm gonna check the back first. we'll see. Now what we're going to do here. I do want to see what the inventory expansion situation is, whether we can make any headway with it here or if the hunt continues, but I'm trying to remember. I vaguely recall that I actually did get the Master Sword before my inventory upgrades, or at least I found a Deku Tree before the before I found Estu back in Breath of the Wild. I think that was the case, because I remember that Kakariko was actually the last point I hit, and I found a Master Sword long before I did any of the Divine Beasts or anything like that. But I can't quite recall. I know I have it in my notes somewhere, because I took extensive notes and screenshots of Breath of the Wild. That's the nice thing about streaming, is that later on, if I still have my videos in record, I don't have to do as much guesswork about what it is I accomplished and when. Because that was the whole point of streaming this in the first place for me, was that this is such a highly individuated experience. I did want to track my order. And as it turns out, we had a pretty unique order, as far as I can tell. But yeah, we won't be staying on too long after this. We'll talk to the tree, we'll run around here a bit. We'll probably save the Lost Woods Shrine for the other shrines here for next time. Anyway, nobody wants to play. We can play. Okay, did I hide things well enough? Yes, that's me. You hid stuff around a great Deku Tree. Sure, I'll test it. Forest Dweller's Sword and a Forest Dweller's Spear. Higher than the face. We'll do it next time. Unless it's on the way down. Or under branches or something. Whoops. Yeah, they were probably on the branches. That's okay, we'll deal with it another time. We should probably talk to the guy. I do want to see that Master Sword pedestal, though. Hey, look who's here! Look who's here! We're finally going to expand, aren't we? Look who's here. I never figured out where his location in the overworld was, and we don't care. We don't care. And we're going to find you for the first time here. I'll screenshot that just in case it's something relatively unique. And you were away from Korak Forest. You finally made it home. Korak's... Yeah, I guess we needed to unlock Korak Forest first, and then here we go. Hang on, something's wrong with my maracas. We need to put the Korok seeds inside. Right, even one Korok seed. Let me cash in with him first, and then we'll, and then you can talk to me about his location. Maybe as long as it doesn't give away any other critical locations. I mean, I know where Lookout Landing is, for instance, but let me start cashing in first. So, we finally have him. Okay, so how many Koroks am I sitting on? At the point of cashing in. 312. 312. Also, I should put the Korok mask back on so I can actually search around this area, but... Korok seeds make a really great sound. Hang on. Do you have a Korok seed? I'm gonna screenshot this too, so it says 312. I got a Korok seed from one of the forest children. That is maybe a bit of an understatement. Anyway. Finally. 240 hours or so into the game. Yeah, we obviously want to prioritize weapons, actually. I mean, we'll also extend bows and shields in some fashion so we can actually do some quests with them, but we'll start with weapons. With one seed. Showing off his Age of Calamity moveset. Look at that. Da-na-na-na-na. I always loved how he sings along with himself. Yeah, we'll open up like maybe a few spots apiece on bows and shields, and then we'll just go all weapons, because weapons have been the choke point by far. We always run out of spots on mining weapons and so on. Always have to dump good stuff, so we'll open up a bit of each. I don't remember what the cost increases are like, but we'll do that. You loved a new dance, yeah. Fantastic dance. It's got so much backup. Okay, so yeah, the costs are done per item expansion. I'd forgotten what it was in the original, but I think it must have been the same. That like the rate of expansion is the same. So I think we'll just kind of go evenly for a little bit, and then we'll focus on weapons once the costs really start to escalate. What a dance. What a dance. Anyway, we might be here a while. But we'll see how we do. We'll have so many shields that we don't ever wind up using. Yeah, we'll just go round and round and build evenly for a bit. Once costs really mount, then I mean, we might even just finish upgrading the shield and bow slots with room to spare, depending on whether the inventory works similar to how it did in Breath of the Wild. But yeah, we'll be good for a while. So, major landmark in my file all of a sudden as we finally have some breathing room. Anyway, Derpish Side Visitor, since we're just doing this and we have plenty of room for conversation, I don't mind if you tell me the location that he was originally at, since we're obviously not finding him there anymore, so... Again, as long as it doesn't give anything else away about the overworld. like the paraglider or lookout landing or any of that. Or anything, you know, of that nature that's very tutorial-like that I don't know about yet. I'll probably lose track at some point of the rotation as well. And yeah, we've been ditching shields all over the place in this game, so... The nice thing about having shields is I can just put springs on all of them, and so we suddenly have some extra spring jumps or rocket jumps. The game wants you to do the retail quest first. Yeah, I got that impression for sure. You'll almost always meet him on your way to that spot, given he's camping right next to one of the towers on the way there. See, that's the thing. Because I know I don't have a mapping tool, I started ignoring towers really early. I think I know which tower you mean too, because I know there's a shrine location there in a very obvious place that I never bothered to hit. In fact, I'll show you on a map after we're done expanding, if I can remember. But yeah, when I was in the depths just now, I pinpointed a shrine location that was fairly obvious, and I was surprised that I missed it, but then I realized it was because it was right next to a tower, and so we never bothered to go there. So, I think it's the one that you're talking about. I find that very likely. After a while of not finding him, he'll just default to lookout landing. Oh, interesting. But does that mean he's available in both locations, and it's a matter of whichever one you hit first, then? Like, whether you hit the tower first or lookout landing first, because he wouldn't just go missing the tower, right? Anyway, so I guess it was kind of an improbable event that we went so long without him, but we went so long without him because that's how I play. Yeah, I didn't know that's how that worked. And again, I don't remember how it worked in Breath of the Wild, and if it's similar in Breath of the Wild where you can find him in Korok Forest first, then maybe I did see him in Kakariko first that time. I don't actually know. I do remember that it was over 100 hours in that I found him in the first game. I just don't remember if I had Lost Woods at that point. But yeah, in Breath of the Wild, I actually did keep a record of this. I was definitely over 100 Koroks by the time I found him, I think. This time around, it was even more extreme, obviously. Anyway, costs are finally mounting a little bit, which means we can spend things a bit faster. This is going to take long enough that we might even save everything with a Deku Treat until next time, but we'll just keep going. We'll be able to do quite a few rounds of expansion here. Oh, no. Hang on. Out of order. Sorry. Let's see here. There we go. Oh, I totally did everything out of order. Unless... We'll see. Got 6 slots here. Let me just check everything just a moment here. So yeah, the location I was thinking about was this one. Right by where I marked a tower. Right by the lab. We'd been here previously, we'd played here, we'd been to New Seren Stable where I tried to ignore Impa, and still haven't constructed Impa's balloon, even though we've found all the geoglyphs. And yeah, because Impa's there, that's obviously tutorial path. This is tutorial path tower. Must be right around Ridgeland Tower in the previous game. I remember because I had massive electric Lizalfos fight in the first game. Around that area, I think. And we didn't actually locate this shrine location until I found this light route earlier today, and I thought, oh, okay, that's a rather conspicuous miss. This is a really obvious location to have bypassed. And we bypassed it, because that's how I play. Ah, yeah, we're kind of behind by 1 on this slot, right? Or we had +6 here, +6 here, yeah. Oh no, we're fine. Okay, we'll keep going. The cost starts differentiating after a little while. Like, after a while... Yeah, after a while, his shield is just on 10. We truly don't need that many shield slots, but... as much as we stashing things cosmetically at that point, that will just make the menus longer. Keep going. Yeah, because I do remember that shields and bows capped out pretty quickly in the first game. Well, we had a pretty severe bow shortage the last time in the depths, so this will be much roomier. Yeah, I think the best way to use the shield stash, as I was saying, is actually mainly to use it for platforming. 25 Cs, we can do it. Because if I do use my shield stash for a lot of movement tools, that also potentially eases up shrines that want to enforce the glider if I just have lots of springs available. So I'm kind of looking forward to that. Yeah, shields stay on 10. I actually think I should do the other ones first just to see what the costs are. 35. You know, just so we don't lock ourselves out of anything critical. I want to spend as efficiently as I can. In case it's a while before we come back. But we have easy access in and out of the forest now, then it's not a problem. How much does this cost now? 45. 45 and then 35 is going to be 80, and then you can have 10 on top of that. Okay, yeah. Let me just check. 35, yeah. Okay. Let's go. Let's prioritize weapons then. We'll finally have some breathing room. We'll see what the cost of the next one is, but we won't be able to afford it, I'm sure. Oh, I can expand your weapon stash no further, okay. I can expand your weapon stash no further. That's fine. I didn't know that would cap out so quickly. Wow, okay, so we're actually not far off of 100% in expansions then. If bows are similar and if shields are similar after that. Sorry. Oh, and then bows are also done. And wow, we're actually pretty close to 100% on this then, depending on how many shield expenses are remaining. Didn't somebody say it cost over 400 in the first game? Let's see. So how much for the next one? So we're not far off, probably. And then... okay. So yeah, we've got everything for bows and weapons already. I don't know how many slots remain for shields, but if it's just something like an additional upgrade, we might even be able to clear it within Korok Forest just by, you know, putting on the mask. And can I do this by set? Here we go. You know, you just put on the mask. 5 more Koroks. Let's switch to some nicer clothes, by the way, so we don't look quite so gloomy. Or, yeah, switch to high armor. There we go. Okay. You want to see it? What do you want to see? The Master Sword or something else? A big worldly circle. Oh, you want to see spin attack? Or not? Area of water. Oh, it's a whirlpool. Yeah, no, we know where the whirlpool is. I just don't have a camera. So when I look at landing, it makes a tool that makes pictures. We talk to them. Although listen forest, yeah. So about my sword. Well, it's still down. And we know that because it traveled through time. Anyway. Let's talk to the big tree himself. Yeah, I don't know if the Phantom Ganon weapons are missable after a certain point, or if you do have repeatable fights with them, like at the entrance of the forest. Because I think I will want to keep the weapons for the museum, so let's talk. It is me. It has been some time. It has been a bit ambiguous about just how long. I've been well. I mean, I lost my arm, but I'm here with the princess to retrieve the Master Sword. I feel like I've spoken to it many times since, but okay. Oh, but I guess I got the Master Sword again after an absence or something, maybe. Yeah, because I came here with the princess. So the implication is that the Master Sword was back in its resting place for a while, then we came here, got it back, took it down into the depths, and everything happened from there. Cutscene.
It is good to see you, Princess Zelda of Hyrule. and Link, keeper of the Master Sword. Your blade has been fully restored.
Not for long.
Go on then, Link. Draw it once more.
Maybe we need to bring it back here to heal it up at some point. If we get access to it at all this game, which we might not.
Great Deku Tree. Thank you so much.
Ha ha ha. There is no need for thanks. I merely watched over its renewal.
It is amazing that a sword can heal itself, no matter how badly damaged it becomes.
Well, that's very promising for our prospects of using it again.
It can do more than heal. The sword will continue to gain strength if bathed in sacred power. The stronger that power, the more powerful the sword becomes.
So that's definitely the path to restoring the sword eventually.
The fabled blade may well be limitless. Truly the work of a goddess.
A sword that grows ever stronger.
Because then Zelda just plants it in the past. And it makes it available to us later, perhaps even in the final boss fight or something. I mean, she's back in time. It basically tells you how it's going to go. I know where the Master Sword is. The cutscene told me. Oh, we can get it? It's right by the geoglyph. Oh, in the sky. It must be with the dragon, actually. Maybe. I mean, it's moving. Must be with a dragon. I bet Zelda is the dragon or something. Or she just parked the sword in the dragon. But, you know, there are many implications about that. Surely the Master Sword is awaiting you, just as you are seeking it. This will fly over to the dragon and land on it or something. I wonder if this is doable without the paraglider, given how updrafts tend to go with the dragon. Anyway, finally unlocked the cutscene. Ah, this is number 1. Very important. Now that we filled it in. Only a few more to go. Anyway, I think this is where we will conclude for today. Right by the tree. And right by Hestu, who at last has given us a little bit of space to work with. Alright. That's all for this stream. We've got lots of business ahead of us in the Korok Forest. Hopefully getting enough Koroks fairly soon to fill out the shield upgrades and just be completely done with inventory expansion in very short order. It would have been nice if we could just do it all in one go here, but, you know, we got pretty close, and I think I'm quite satisfied with that. And the Korok Forest music is back to its old chirpy self, along with all the inhabitants here. Anyway, we will be back. But for now, thanks for watching, and in particular, enjoy the Nintendo Direct that is coming in about 5 hours time from this stream, I think. We'll definitely be watching at some point, hopefully live, but if not, then we'll watch it anyway. And there will be plenty about that to talk about on the next stream, I'm sure. We'll see how much any kind of potential DLC announcement for this game spoils me for the current adventure. But perhaps they know it's a big game and they'll be cautious about that. Who knows? Either way, have a wonderful day ahead of you. And go forth and bring peace to Hyrule or wherever else may be relevant to you personally. And above all, fare thee well.